You're watching Fox
Great to be
35
back
News
in
Plus,
Pinellas County.
streaming on Fox Mobile.
We've done something in Seminole High School before, so it's great to be back again. And this is kind of a unique announcement that we'll have here today, particularly for folks here. So I want to thank everybody for coming. So I think as many people know who follow some of the stuff that goes on, we had a Florida Supreme Court justice that recently retired to take a position at the University of Florida, and so that created a vacancy. There's a process in Florida where they do judicial nominating commissions and then produce a list of names for the governor. And my job is to basically pick a list, pick a name off that list, and then that's somebody that'll be on the Florida Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court in Florida is appointed by the governor. Every 6 years, you have these retention elections. I think they've all been retained throughout history. Although people rule poorly, maybe that'll change. But basically, it's pretty much until you're 75 now is how it goes. So it's a really important thing for the state of Florida. This was something that we put a lot of emphasis on when I first ran for governor, because we had a court that would get outside the law, outside the Constitution, and was really acting as a super legislature, a council of revision almost, and that was really distorting the constitutional processes here in the state of Florida. When I became governor, 3 of those justices had mandatory retirement. So my first month as governor, we appointed 3 justices to the Supreme Court in Florida. 2 of those were later put on the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals by President Trump during his first administration. Then I backfilled both of those, and then we were able to also appoint 2 additional justices over the years. And then now this. So this will be, of the 7 justices on the court, 6 of those after today will have been appointed by yours truly. And so that's a pretty good. Sometimes governors serve a long time. They don't get any appointments. It's just kind of the way it is. And courts have an important role in our constitutional system. I mean, it's a limited role when it comes to what they're doing as a matter of constitutional or statutory law. I mean, they don't have the ability to go out and just choose that they want to all of a sudden rule on some particular issue. As Hamilton said in the Federalist paper, they have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. The legislature, the people you elect, they're up there now. They can come up with all sorts of ideas and try to pass laws, and that's their job. And then my role as the executive is to, on the one hand, lead and put out a vision and bring people to that, but then also to restrain maybe the legislature if they pass legislation that's not in the interest. And so you veto. I also veto things out of budget. So there's a whole way. There's a yin and a yang with it. But courts, they decide cases. So these cases come up, and you got to render a judgment, and you have to be willing to apply the law as it's written, and apply the Constitution as it's properly understood. You don't have license to change the Constitution or to change statutes because you don't like them. That's exercising will, not merely judgment. And so we've seen that over many years, and I think pretty much anybody who believes in that traditional understanding of the role of the courts would say that the appointees I've had have improved the court, improve their product, and certainly the predictability, and you don't have these things happening like we did in the past. And so that's really, really good. But it's interesting. And we talk about this with U.S. Supreme Court gets obviously a lot of attention when those vacancies come up, and the court's been involved in a lot of issues that perhaps it should never have gotten into over many, many decades. But it becomes more of a flashpoint. But it's interesting. Article 3 of the federal Constitution says, your job is to decide cases and controversies. It doesn't even say judicial review. It's just, you decide a case. You got to decide, does the Constitution conflict with the statute? If so, you got to prefer the Constitution. So you have that. But that's really it. It's interesting. The Florida Supreme Court, it's the same posture, I think, on a lot of cases, but they also have a lot of authority to regulate the legal profession, to regulate the bar, to even have the set out the role that you would have for some of this stuff. And that's not necessarily as passive, right? Because you go out and you're charged with doing some of these things. And I think that there's room, to be really, really bold as it goes there. For example, Texas Supreme Court just recently nuked basically any involvement in the American Bar Association for accrediting the law schools in Texas. And the reason was simple. I mean, the ABA is a very, very partisan activist organization. And you know what? You have a right to be that, but you should not then be the arbiter of legal education and all these other things. And so Supreme Court of Texas said that's not the way we're going to do accreditation. It's going to go through the court's accreditation. And that was a very valid thing to do given the circumstances. So there's actually a lot of ability, I think, to make some really positive changes within that somewhat narrow window that Florida's Constitution has given to the Florida Supreme Court, probably in a way that the U.S. Constitution, does not give to the U.S. Supreme Court. So I think it's an important thing to be able to do. You have a record you look at interview, all these different things, and ultimately it's like someone could be on the court for 20, 30 years. And so there's certain issues we know may be percolating now, and you obviously want to see that people have a good frame of mind on that. But who knows what will come down the pike in 15 years? And really the only way you can be confident that you're going to get good decisions is to have somebody that's got a really solid foundation, really understands the law, the Constitution, is dedicated to the craft of applying the law and not legislating from the bench. So these are things that are all really, really important. And so we had a lot of great candidates for this particular appointment, but I'm here today to announce that I am going to be signing the appointment to put Judge Adam Tannenbaum to be the next Supreme Court Justice in Florida. Judge Tannenbaum is currently an appeals judge in the 1st District Court of Appeals. Now, why did we come to Seminole High School to do this? Well, he graduated first in his class from Seminole High School back when he was a student, having grown up in this area, and his parents still live very close by right here in Pinellas County. So then he's #1 at Seminole High School. Then he goes to graduate #1 again at the University of Florida. So he's with student government and into Florida Blue Key and UF Hall of Fame now. He received his law degree from Georgetown University Law Center. He did not let that pollute his frame of mind, I'm happy to say, because otherwise he wouldn't be getting this nomination. And so he went through that, done. And then he's had a really distinguished legal career, and he's done a variety of things, not just as a judge, but also working in the different branches of government. And I think he's done very well as a judge. He's written a lot of very important opinions, clearly has a very coherent view of the
Here from some of those communities, Minnesota and Portland. She needs to be held accountable for her actions. This is why I introduced 3 articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem. Number 1, obstruction of Congress. Secretary Noem has denied me and other members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. I was denied access to the ICE facility in Broadview despite following Secretary Noem's unlawful 7-day notice requirement. It is our constitutional duty to find out what's happening in these centers where inhumane conditions continue to be reported. Number 2, violation of public trust. Secretary Noem directed DHS agents to arrest people without warrants, use tear gas against citizens, and ignore due process. She claims she's taking murderers and rapists off our streets, but none of the 614 people arrested during Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago have been charged or convicted of murder or rape. Federal agents repelled from Black Hawk helicopters and burst through an apartment in the South Shore of Chicago. That was in my district. They dragged people, U.S. citizens and immigrants alike out of bed in the middle of the night. Number 3 is self-dealing. Secretary Noem has abused her power for personal benefit. She steered a federal contract to a new firm run by a friend. Her propaganda campaign to recruit ICE agents cost taxpayers $200 million. She made a video that turned the South Shore raid into something that looked like a movie trailer. But make no mistake, this is not a movie. This is real life, and real people are being hurt and killed. Renee Nicole Good is dead because Secretary Noem allowed her DHS agents to run amok. Families are forever torn apart. This is not about personalities or trivial disagreements. Secretary Noem has called my impeachment efforts silly. I want to tell her right now, Secretary Noem, you have violated your oath of office, and there will be consequences. I am watching you. Members of Congress are watching you. The American people, most importantly, are watching you. And most of all, we are not liking what we're seeing. If you believe impeachment is silly, then you are not taking your job or our Constitution seriously. Now it's my honor to introduce Congressman Adriano Espaillat from New York's 13th District and chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Robin Kelly. I am proud to join you in introducing these articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem, who have clearly violated the law and the trust of the American people. 32 people died under DHS custody in 2025, and already 4 people have died in 2026. Along widespread reports of sexual abuse, medical neglect, and inhumane conditions. All of this enabled by a broken system. But most importantly, our eyes do not defy us. Our eyes did not lie to us. We see, as the rest of the world has seen, have women are being violently pulled out of their cars and assaulted in front of the American people and in front of the eyes of the world. How a woman was shot in the face as America watched on TV and as the rest of the world watched of this heinous murder. We've seen how not only immigrants, but green card holders, TPS recipients, farm workers, and even American citizens are being stopped illegally, cuffed, detained, and in some cases arrested and deported. I went to Monterrey, Mexico, where I met with 4 children, U.S.-born children, American citizens, that were sent to Mexico with their parents, including a young girl with a chronic cancer condition in her brain that needed immediate medical attention in a hospital in Houston, Texas. So this is a human rights violation, a blatant human rights violation. This is only seen in aggressive dictatorships across the world. And so that's what we have. This is the Trump dictatorship. Do you think that a dictatorship knocks on your door and gives you a dozen roses when you open it? A dictatorship takes away your rights, your fundamental rights. It creeps up behind you and it assaults you. Eventually, it knocks on your door and shoots you. This is what's happening in America today. And so that's why it is important to hold the secretary accountable. This is enshrined in our laws and our Constitution. We must exercise our oversight powers. Congresswoman Velasquez and I went to 26 Federal Plaza, where we were denied entry to an ICE building. Subsequently, we went to court, and we had a favorable decision by that court to allow us to exercise our oversight powers. And just recently, Secretary Noem again placed another 7-day notice so they can prepare themselves and hide the truth before we get there. When we got there, they were mopping the floors. They were cleaning up. They didn't want us to see the dirty conditions. 30 men in a room with 2 toilets, one of them broken. A woman right across in another cell that could see each other. No confidentiality at all. This is inhumane and warrants an impeachment proceeding. Esto es inhumano. Y sí merece un proceso de destitución. Por eso estoy aquí con la congresista Kelly para unirnos a este proceso que lo garantiza la Constitución de los Estados Unidos. Gracias. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And now allow me please to introduce Congresswoman Maxine Dexter from Oregon's 3rd District.
Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you to Representative Robin Kelly for meeting this moment with action and moral clarity. I am Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. I'm a mother, a physician, and the honored representative for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Last week, ICE murdered Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis. The very next day, federal agents shot 2 people in East Portland in my district. These are not isolated events. This is part of a pattern of abuse by brazen, militarized federal agents who act without fear of being held accountable to the law. People are being disappeared. People are being assaulted. And now people are being murdered. And when our children and grandchildren ask what we did, when our neighbors were being targeted, I cannot sleep unless I can say every single thing we could. That is why I'm helping introduce articles of impeachment to remove Kristi Noem from office. We've all seen her crimes play out right before our very eyes. She's willfully obstructed congressional oversight, denying members, as you have heard, of Congress to facilities they have a legal right to conduct oversight at. She's clearly violated public trust with her warrantless arrests, the use of violent force against U.S. citizens, including detaining 4 U.S. citizen children from my district and being held in a windowless cell at the border near Canada for weeks. And Kristi Noem has misused her position for personal gain while inappropriately using $200 million, taxpayer dollars, to fund an ad campaign to bring in ICE recruitment. These are not the best of the best folks that she's looking for. She is looking for people who are willing to invoke her lawless charade. I'm going to use every opportunity to implore my colleagues across this institution to wake up and join this effort, because protecting communities from unaccountable power isn't optional. That is our duty. Courage is contagious. And with that, I'm honored to yield to one of the most courageous among us, Representative Nydia Velasquez.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And to all my colleagues here and to Robin Kelly, thank you so much for this action. When the president was running for office, for president, he made a pledge to the American people that he will be the no wars president. And yet, he is invading sovereign countries like Venezuela, also sending a message to Cuba, Mexico, Iran, and in our own streets of America, he's launched war against American citizens. So let's get straight to the point. We are here today because the Department of Homeland Security has been turned into a weapon of political revenge. This agency thinks it's above the law. Kristi Noem has treated the Constitution like a suggestion and our communities like a battlefield. I have represented the people of New York for over 30 years. I have seen a lot of presidents, but I have never seen an administration use federal agencies to explicitly punish cities just because they didn't vote for them. That is exactly what Donald Trump is doing, and Kristi Noem is his willing executioner. In my city, ICE is no longer a law enforcement agency. It's a rogue operation. Masked agents are abducting high school students from their neighborhoods. They are snatching fathers and mothers outside our immigration courts during routine checks, turning places of justice into traps. Even this week, they detained a city council staffer who is here in New York legally. This agency is completely out of control. Every time you see an ICE officer interacting with Americans now, they are screaming, cursing, and smashing windows to pull people out of their cars. It is the Wild West out there. And I guess that is why Kristi Noem loves wearing that cowboy hat. The difference is, Ms. Noem, this is not a show. Lives are on the line. When she bragged about shooting her own dog, she wasn't just telling a story. She was showing us her character and how she might run a government agency. When you give untrained individuals a badge and set them loose, Americans are going to get hurt. Just like we saw last week in the tragic killing of Renee Nicole Good. And what was Kristi Noem's response? Did she demand an investigation? No, she went on national television and smeared a dead American as a domestic terrorist. The articles we are filing today lay it all out. The obstruction of Congress, the violation of the public trust, and the self-dealing. While her agents are out there shooting citizens, Noem is busy funneling hundreds of millions in taxpayers' dollars to her friends at agencies through emergency contracts. Kristi Noem has betrayed her oath, she has betrayed the Constitution, and she has betrayed the American people. Quiero decirle que estamos aquí con estos artículos para procesar a la secretaria de Homeland Security, una persona que no es digna de la confianza del pueblo americano, está violando la Constitución, no tiene la capacidad de sentir de tener ningún sentimiento sobre justicia y mucho menos respetar el proceso legal de todas las personas que se encuentran en los Estados Unidos. Por esta y otras razones estamos hoy aquí para traer justicia a las familias, no solamente de Nicole, pero todas las familias inmigrantes que están viviendo aterrorizadas. Aquí, en esta nación que tiene la Estatua de la Libertad, que se supone que sea the beacon of hope. Gracias.
Thank you so much to my colleagues from East Coast to Hawaii for standing with me today. And now I'll open it up for questions.
If I can just ask, obviously, you have many members here. I think you said there's 70 people who have signed
Close to
on.
70.
Does Leader Jeffries support this effort?
You'll have to ask Leader Jeffries, but I would not be standing here if I was told not to do it. You know, if there was some.
So you've spoken to him directly about this?
Yeah, our staffs have spoken. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was 50 just some time ago, it's 70 today. Do you anticipate that the majority of the caucus will eventually sign on with this effort?
Yeah, I expect more to sign on. That's what we're doing now, trying to build more sponsors of the legislation. I mean, people joined on quickly. When I put it out there, people contacted me almost immediately, and it's been growing and growing and growing as people find out about it.
And just to follow up to that, have you encountered any resistance from Democrats?
Not really. I can't say there's all different kind of people. If you look at who signed up, in all different caucuses, as you see right here, there's many different people that have signed on. So, not really. Hmm.
I wanted to ask, why do you think so many folks have signed on? There are a lot of proposals around reining in ICE, reining in DHS. Why do you think that impeaching the secretary is something that has rallied so many members of the caucus towards the effort that you're pursuing?
I just feel like enough is enough. We've been working on this for a little while. This wasn't just a knee-jerk reaction because, of course, they've been in Chicago, for so very long. And I know other colleagues are working on other parts, and I believe that people will join, with those colleagues too. But I just think that people are sick of it, and anyone can answer the question because they've signed on. So I don't know.
I could add that public sentiment is everything. We are watching the polls. The American people are upset. They didn't sign on for this. The most fundamental principle and value for the American people is fairness and humane policies, not beating the shit out of people, especially vulnerable women and children.
Let me just say that while everybody is vulnerable, I can attest to the fact that the Latino community, as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, has been disproportionately targeted to the degree that even in Minnesota, where there's a clear intent to go after the Somalian community, the vast majority of the people arrested are Latino men. For that reason, I will be going Friday to Minnesota, as I went to Chicago for the shadow hearing there. Para que todos sepan, la comunidad latina está desproporcionadamente afectada por este asalto. En Minnesota, la gran mayoría de personas que son arrestadas son hombres latinos. En Chicago, también la gran mayoría de personas arrestadas son latinos. In Nueva Orleans, in New Orleans, the people targeted are workers from Honduras that went to New Orleans to rebuild the city after Katrina. So this is a hit job against Latino communities. And let me tell you, people are regretting, many folks are regretting their last vote and turning around. And so I would like to stress that because I think that's an important factor.
Well, I can just speak to my constituents in Minnesota. We are being terrorized by Homeland Security and ICE and Secretary Kristi Noem's orders in the state of Minnesota right now. And let me be clear, I'm from a swing district in Minnesota. I have been one of the most bipartisan members of Congress that you will find in the Congress. This has crossed a line. Mm-hmm. Minnesotans, we want safe and secure borders. We want violent criminals to not be in our community, but this is not what we signed up for. This rogue agency is violating the rights of immigrants. It is violating the rights of American citizens in our communities. And last Wednesday, the violation of those rights, the escalation by ICE in our communities, got Renee Good killed. And now this administration is going after her widow and going after her and 6 U.S. attorneys who, by the way, are patriots in Minnesota at the U.S. Attorney's Office had said, no, we are not this. This is not who we are as Minnesotans. This is not who we are as Americans. And so I believe you will continue to see members of Congress from across the ideological spectrum stand up, speak out, because we know the difference between right and wrong, and Americans can see with their own eyes that what's happening in Minnesota and in Illinois and most possibly coming to New York is just plain wrong.
May I say something? Americans across this country have been protesting what they see with their own eyes and the lies that they're told, which are belied by the things that they're seeing. What they're out there protesting, and they expect Congress to use every tool that we have to push back, to hold accountable, and to show the American people that we are fighting for this democracy, for constitutional laws, and for treatment and respect of all of our communities. So that happens to be a time when you had the horrible situation in Minnesota. We've had the horrible situation in other cities. This particular resolution comes just at a time when enough is enough is enough. And people are looking to us to do everything we can to show that we have responsibility in this space.
Also, I wanted to say that I've gotten phone calls, and I know my colleagues have too, from constituents, but from people from across this country. People I do not represent, people in different states encouraging what we're trying to do. The other thing is, you asked me about Leader Jeffries, that we have concentrated so much on the cost, affordability, and health care, and I never want to detract from that. But when you think about it, and we work with many different people and committees, but this is affecting people's health care. This is affecting affordability. When I think about Chicago and people afraid to go to work, when I think about restaurants that don't have as many people coming to eat there, when I've heard stories about people afraid to go to the doctor, afraid to take care of their health because they're afraid to come outside. I had a town hall meeting in a grocery store, and people told me stories how they're just simply afraid to go outside, whether it's shopping, whether it's going to work, whether it's going to healthcare, to their healthcare needs. So this is affecting, it's widespread. It's widespread. I'm not good at this, so.
When you think about impeachment, obviously there's a numbers game that's involved with that. If you put the merits of your resolution aside and think about just that numbers game of getting passage in the House and conviction in the Senate, is this more about sending a political message right now or previewing the playbook for Democrats should you take back the majority? Or what's sort of the impetus is just striking the moment with current events?
For me, and others can answer, it was like Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman said, enough was enough, and I just feel like we need to use every tool in our toolbox. If we do nothing, nothing will happen. And so just really now trying to build on momentum, getting as many people signed on as possible. That's the first step.
If I can just add, we cannot be cynical at this moment. We have to stand up for our country, and if we are cynical that nobody's going to join or we're not going to get it passed, nothing happens. And we proved that with the ACA extended premium, or the premium tax credit extension. People thought that there was no way that we would pass that in the House, and we have to continue to message what's right. The American people can see what's happening is wrong. They want us to act. I had a town hall in less than 24 hours where standing perpetual applause for impeaching Kristi Noem. Like, the people want us to do something, and that's our job.
You talk about using every tool in the toolbox. If this effort does not gain enough momentum, what other options are House Democrats considering? There's been a lot of talk of defunding ICE through the appropriations process, also abolishing ICE. What options are on the table?
Well, actually, I think at this point, all options are on the table. We just have to see, what's going to work, and we have to have, more discussion around it. But yes, I've heard conversation around that too. But those are all tools in the toolbox that we have to look to. You know, I'm hoping, maybe I'm an optimist, but I'm hoping against hope that when she sees, as people have talked about, the momentum, the public, the polls that are so much against what she's doing, that she will realize that she's a public servant and that she's serving the American people, and the American people do not like what she's doing or what they're seeing.
Thank you. You know, the situation in Portland's been brought up. When we talk about this, when, you know, DHS side of the story is that the individual involved driving the car was a member of Tren de Aragua, or believed to be a member of Tren de Aragua. They're alleging that the driver weaponized their vehicle against law enforcement. Is it okay to be lumping these cases together, consider that Renee Nicole Good was not a member of a gang, and does that hurt the effort at all?
Yeah, what I'll just say is that the first and foremost issue is that people have rights. Due process is available and a right to every single person in this country. You do not become the executioner because somebody is driving away. And that is absolutely a principle that our law enforcement in Portland has really been very intentional about rebuilding trust in the public right now. So these sorts of lawless activities undermine trust with our public officials, our law enforcement agencies that really are doing the right thing. So I think it's important that people get their day in court, that they are prosecuted if they are criminals. This is the same issue when Abrego Garcia was taken to El Salvador. It is a right to be able to prove your innocence or be found guilty in a court, and that is what these folks are not getting.
And even though you differentiated with Renee Good, they still called her a domestic terrorist. So thank you guys so much.
you.
which has the same concern, I think, as I read it, as I read the occupation exception in the bill offered is the ANS, has the same concern that the gentleman is now bringing up on our bill. If that's a real concern, happy to work, because I think the broader intent of both bills are similar. And so between now and when this bill comes to the floor, happy to work with you or any other member of Congress who has thoughtful and substantive comments in this regard. I think it's structured and covered, but if it's not, happy to make additional adjustments and finesse. We're not looking for anybody to find a way around, but we are making sure, again, the broader intent, and apologize, I'm going to go just a couple seconds late, but then we'll wrap. The broader intent here is that individuals from an array of backgrounds, both members and in this case, most likely their spouse, who may have different types of jobs, from being a farmer to somebody that works for a publicly traded company, to being somebody that is doing this in their profession but not for their own benefit, that those individuals that are out there that are able to come to Washington, D.C. And share their best and brightest ideas in a nonpartisan way. They may be a liberal that has these ideas, that wants to come, that has this challenge. It could be a conservative that wants to come and has this challenge. I want to make sure that those individuals are in a position to still come to D.C. And then once here, let's make sure those individuals aren't able to profit off of insider information. And so with that, those comments, I'm going to recommend my colleagues vote no on the gentleman's amendment, but open to additional finesse, because I think both of the bills, if this is a real concern, I don't know that it is, but both of the bills have this language. And so with that, I will yield back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman from Florida withdraws her point of order. The question is now on the amendment from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment's not adopted. The gentleman seeks recognition for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of recorded vote have already arisen their hands, so a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will please call the roll.
Chairman Stile?
No.
Chairman Stile votes no. Ms. Lee?
No.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Loudermilk? No. Mr. Loudermilk votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Dr. Murphy? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes aye. Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 4 ayes and 7 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Is there further amendment or debate? Does Mr. Carey look to strike the last word?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Americans tell that there is something rotten in the state of American government. Our constituents have lost faith in us. Recent polling indicates that public opinion of Congress stands at a dismal 16% approval. This loss of trust resulted in no small part from members of Congress getting rich and beating the stock market, while our constituents face record-high inflation, low growth under the previous administration. We have access to non-public information and right regulations on entire industries that can provide an unfair advantage in trading public stock that in any other industry would be a flashing red warning light. It is easy to understand why so many Americans believe that we have an easy way to manipulate the system for our own personal profit while they work hard and follow the rules. We must hold ourselves to the highest standard as representatives of the greatest country in the world. This bill is a common sense fix. It promotes good governance, increases transparency, and restores trust in Congress. And I look forward to voting for this bill, and it is my hope that all my colleagues who share these concerns will join us. Mr. Chairman, with that, I do yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further amendment or debate? There being no further amendment or debate, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering H.R. 7008 as amended, reported favorably to the House. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Chairman Stile?
Aye.
Chairman Stile votes aye. Ms. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Ms. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
No.
Morelli votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
Committee on House Administration stands adjourned.
Of course, as you can imagine, it was a chaotic scene in the middle of morning rush hour traffic, which brings into light some great concerns that we had upon arriving here, because we had our motoring public, our businesses that are trying to make a living, all having to deal with this as it's unfolding, again, in a very violent manner. Immediately thereafter, once we were able to secure our 2 police officers that were wounded in the exchange and get them treated and taken to the hospital, we of course began a search of the area. Information that we had received took us to a nearby business, a lumber yard, where the initial suspect was seen entering. We sadly discovered a subject inside of the business that was also deceased, suffered a gunshot wound as well. So we now believe confidently that it is the same suspect that entered the business after having parked not far from here at 1300 East University Avenue behind the KFC, walked over to the lumberyard, engaged the victim therein, walked back to his car, and as he attempted to flee, was met by our officers, and the rest as I've told you. So any questions on
Chief,
that?
I have a doing right now, and what can you tell us about their recovery?
Well, I will tell you that any time that our staff, our police officers are injured, it's always difficult for me. But in this case, the officers, when I arrived on scene, very shortly thereafter, I could see that they were both wounded. One in the lower extremity, one in the upper extremity. Both were ambulatory, transported to Shands Hospital, where they are receiving treatment, and they are expected to recover fully. I've since met with them and their families to express my gratitude. And their actions today, which resulted not only in essence neutralizing somebody who's out to commit murder, but also ensuring that the rest of our public was safe. And I do want to thank our public. I understand this is very, very chaotic, and people going to school and work, and we've interrupted all of it, so I apologize for that, but I'm also grateful that people have showed the patience as we deal with this extremely large and complex scene. There are many people that have come to our aid today. I certainly want to thank the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is now a dual investigation. We have a homicide scene that will be run by the Gainesville Police Department, and we have an officer-involved shooting that will be managed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Our local partners at the Alachua County Sheriff's Office were also immediately on scene, rendering whatever help they can do for us. They've been extremely helpful in handling other calls for service because our community keeps on going. We have our federal partners. I've spoken to the FBI. ATF is on scene. So many that have come to our aid because they realize that in this community, as we continue to battle all that is gun-related violence, when it happens so boldly and it involves our people, it's a different level, right? And so I'm just so proud of our officers today, of our employees. There are so many behind the scenes that are supporting what you see here today that I'm also grateful for. Our legislative body that's with me today, our city management, everybody in this community comes together, and this certainly showcases that. Sadly, we have a homicide victim, and we have an assailant who was neutralized by our officers today. So the message that I continue and that we continue to say in this community is we continue to battle gun-related violence by any means necessary. And again, this should showcase that this community and this department is not only trained but ready for anybody who wants to challenge that sanctity.
You mentioned that the suspect was gunned down in the car. Do you know his identity yet? Have you been able to identify him, and do you have a record on him at all?
So I hope you can appreciate that. Yes, we have identified all that are involved, but at this point, because it's so fluid, we still have notifications to be made. We're still doing all of our historical research to answer exactly that question. So whenever we're ready, we will give that to you all. I just can't do that currently. I hope you can appreciate that.
Chief,
Yes,
do you know what was the motive in the lumberjack?
We do not at this point have a clear picture of what that looks like. We do know that there was clear intent.
Do you know how he got the gun?
We have not gotten into that. As I stated before, we have many partners here who will help us answer those questions in time.
How long do you expect to have this road blocked off and this scene continue to be active?
Not sure. The scene is massive. Several rounds were fired. We have to try our best to account for every round because that's part of our reconstruction of a scene of this nature and the complexity of multiple agencies working in.
Do you guys have flock cameras or any street cameras that could have maybe helped you guys during this? Is that what you guys are looking at?
We have technology all over this area that have captured what happened here today.
Any sense that the assailant knew the victim?
We don't know that for sure, but I can tell you that based on what we know, the assailant acted today with clear intent. Any other questions?
Chief, do you know how many rounds were fired?
I do not have that answer. I can safely say a multitude of rounds.
Chief, obviously Gainesville's had a gun violence problem in the last couple of years. Do you feel like, what are you guys currently doing to it?
Well, I want to be clear, right? Because the fact is that over the last 2 years, our gun violence related issues have drastically dropped. So in 2024, we experienced a total crime decrease from the year before of 11%. This year alone, this past year, 2025, another 16% decrease from the previous year. So the facts is that our gun violence dropped drastically. This is an anomaly. This is something that can't be tolerated in our community. And we will continue to battle it as we have for the last 2 years, with many leaders and many stakeholders doing their part in keeping our gun violence well under control.
We were able to talk to an eyewitness earlier about what they saw and heard. They mentioned that they don't normally experience this sorts of stuff, this part of Gainesville. To people that live in the area, do you have any message to them, any reassurance?
That's a great question, thank you. So the message is this. we're safe. What happened today, horrible as it may be, we've accounted for everybody and everyone that is involved. Everybody that had clear intent to commit violence, we've accounted for that. Sadly, with results that are not pleasant for us or anybody, but the community is not in danger at this point of anything related to this incident. So my message to our community here in Gainesville is to continue to do exactly what you're doing. Go about your lives, work, go to school, enjoy your life, because we have your back, and we appreciate their continued support of our organization.
How do you feel?
Excuse me.
How do you feel?
I feel a multitude of emotion. Obviously, I'm extremely disturbed when, as I stated earlier, when our people are injured. So I'm sad. I'm also very grateful that their injuries they will recover from fully. So I'm thankful to God that it could have been way worse. I assure you, I have reviewed some video, and I assure you that this assailant had clear intent, and we were not only lucky but trained, and that our response to that was met with success.
Do you know how long it's been since officers have been shot, since the multiple officers have been shot in Gainesville PD?
I do not know that. We can get that answer. Hopefully the answer is 0, but I don't have that answer.
Hi, Chief. I just want a quick clarification on what happened. So it was the first people that responded were the 2 officers that were shot, one in the extremity upper and one lower, and the third one was the one that shot and killed the shooter? Or?
Again, there was a multitude of rounds exchanged by several officers. Certainly the 2 that were injured, the 3rd officer arrived on scene. So at this point, it's difficult for us to say what round led to what, but we do know that there was a hellacious gun battle that resulted in what I briefed you on.
Did all 3 arrive at the same time, or was it sparse time?
Seemingly, they arrived immediately after the 911 call was placed.
Okay.
So they appeared to have been in the area very closely, and they were here within seconds.
And the 2 that were shot, were they partners?
Yes, they belong to the same shift.
Okay. And then the 3rd one was in a different car, I imagine?
All 3 were in different cars, all part of the same squad.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, short of any other standing questions. Sir?
Your name?
Last name is Moya, M as in Mary, O-Y-A. First name Nelson, Police Chief for the City of Gainesville. What I'd like to do, if you will allow it, please, I'd like to turn it over to our City Manager and to a couple of our legislators, because I think their words are important not only to our citizens, but to our officers as well. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Moya. This is all that as a city manager you ever want to have to take, but I'm incredibly thankful for the bravery of the officers who responded, the speed at which they responded, our partners who, as Chief mentioned, are supporting the investigation, and I'm glad that this is not something that is, we're talking about a different scenario with officers more seriously hurt, and I'm glad that the overall incident is contained, as Chief indicated. But I'm so proud of the officers that responded. I'm proud of the men and women that are work for our law enforcement agencies here in town, and I am very looking forward to the ongoing investigation here as we go forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harvey Ward. I'm the mayor of Gainesville. I first of all want to express my condolences not only to the folks who have experienced loss of life, the families of those folks, and to those injured, but also to the surrounding neighborhoods. This is traumatic, no question. I grew up just a few blocks from here, and it's not the sort of thing that happens in the middle of University Avenue. It's just not. To your question earlier, we had in 2023, there were 16 people murdered in Gainesville. Last year, 24, there were 8. 25, there were 3 in a city of 150,000 people. And this is certainly not the way we want to start the year off, but as the chief mentioned, this is an anomaly. And the most important thing I can tell you to folks who are in the surrounding neighborhoods, you are safe. This is not an ongoing situation. This was was an anomaly. It is traumatic, certainly, to everyone who's experienced it, and certainly to everyone within Gainesville Police Department and the entire city organization. I do want to report to you that I spent some time this morning at Shands with the two officers who were injured. They're in good spirits, and I expressed my appreciation for their excellent work, and talked with their families and with them. They're both wide awake and again in very good spirits. And I want to appreciate everyone who so quickly got on scene here. Not only GPD, but Gainesville Fire Rescue, Electrical Sheriff's Office, Electrical County Fire Rescue. The ability of this community to show up with such professionalism so quickly following such a traumatic event is something that warms my heart as a member of this community. And I want you all to hear that very clearly, that the response to this was immediate, and that folks in the neighborhood are safe, the officers are in good spirits and recovering well. And I'm proud of the work that everyone involved has been able to do. I'm devastated that they needed to do any of that in the first place, but I want to reassure everyone that okay. Certainly we will all be thinking and praying on this and doing everything that we can to act as well and make sure that we do not do everything we can to make sure we don't experience this again. Let me introduce my colleague, Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, the Commissioner for District 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To everyone who has responded on today, I want the individuals in District 1 to hear a very clear message that not only states that you are safe, but that the Gainesville City Commission will continue to bring resources to bear to ensure that safety as we move forward. I have fielded a number of phone calls from constituents, friends, and family members who are concerned, as they should be. But just know that as we continue to move forward, as we continue in the spirit of recognizing that gun violence is a public health issue, that those resources will continue to be brought to bear. It's my understanding that we have trauma response teams that are on the ground, and that is something that is significant. There are a lot of people who are shaken, a lot of people who have a lot of questions. There are businesses who have some shell casings around, some bullets that are lodged inside, and that, needless to say, brings forward the idea that we need to throw our arms around each other and we need to respond. Help is on the way. This is an isolated case. District 1 will continue to grow stronger, and I have full confidence that we are going to continue to address gun violence in meaningful, effective, impactful ways, and that this will just continue to be one of those things that will not become the norm. The City of Gainesville will continue to respond in very strategic and meaningful ways, and this is just going to be it. So I thank everybody for their response today. I just want you to be comforted and know that the city is 100% on top of things. I also would be remiss if I did not acknowledge everyone who lost someone today. Whether you are a relative or friend of the assailant, whether you are a relative or friend of the individual who lost his life at the business, I am personally standing in prayer with you and want nothing but the best. Will sincerely keep you in my thoughts and my prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. I will mention a key partner of ours, and that is our neighbors at the University of Florida Police Department. They were also on scene within minutes, rendering whatever help and resources they could bear to the table. So I want to thank Chief Knowles and his staff as well. That brings to conclusion this press conference. Again, I want to thank you all for your patience and your diligence this morning. I appreciate you all. Have a good day.
News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
force, and I thank Senator Wright, Senator Avila for the continued support in growing our force and relieving the burden of our guardsmen. Funding the Camp Landing Readiness Center and the cost to completion funding for the Zephyr Hills and Immokalee Readiness Centers support local construction, promote economic growth, and improves the overall readiness of our National Guard. The slide's third bullet highlights DMA's second facility project, a $40 million funding request to complete the operational readiness training complex at Camp Landing. This new training facility and related cost to complete funding is vital in supporting the increased readiness requirements of our guardsmen and positions Camp Landing as a premier training facility and destination with enhanced capabilities, attracting military units and interagency partners from across the country, further promoting tourism, commerce, and the economy of North Florida. The slide's second bullet points to the first of 3 investments DMA is seeking to support our greatest asset, our people. Educational Dollars for Duty is an extremely successful program. Over the past 3 years, this program has seen a 58% increase in course enrollment and remains our most effective recruiting and retention tool. DMA is requesting $2 million to increase the program $5.2 million of recruiting funds to reach the $7.2 million as referenced on the slide. This program represents a direct investment in a more skilled and educated workforce. Bullets 5 and 6 highlight 2 additional investments in our people, directly supporting long-term end strength and operational readiness. First, a $1.5 million funding request supporting our Joint Enlistment Enhancement Program, or JEEP. While the Florida National Guard continues to exceed recruiting goals, we face enduring challenges retaining our most valuable and experienced personnel. The expansion of the JEEP pilot program supports retention efforts, offering targeted reenlistment incentives by providing bonuses for skilled guardsmen who choose to reenlist, keeping valuable experience within our ranks, while continuing to compensate our current guardsmen for providing successful recruiting referrals. This program is a proven cost-effective strategy to maintain the strength and experience of our force. Additionally, DMA is requesting a $1.5 million to establish a state-sponsored health care insurance pilot program, providing a premium reimbursement supporting the overall health of the force and operational readiness. Medical readiness is not just an organizational benefit, it's an operational necessity. Currently, 14% of our force, or about 1,700 guardsmen, are without health insurance. Frequent changes in duty status create gaps in coverage which directly impact medical readiness and deployable status. The pilot program will close the coverage gaps by reimbursing individual premiums for TRICARE Reserve Select, ensuring our guardsmen have the health care coverage needed to support mission readiness. This program represents a direct investment in our people, in the health of our force, and in operational readiness. The fourth bullet and final investment area supports DMA's responsibility to be good stewards of our state assets by properly maintaining our existing facilities. DMA is requesting $13 million in support of Army Maintenance and Revitalization Modernization Program. This investment represents a 50-50 cost share with the federal government, allowing DMA to conduct major repairs and critical renovations on our 66 readiness centers statewide. Addressing deferred maintenance on our aging facilities now prevents more costly emergency repairs in the future and ensures our facilities remain safe and functional for our guardsmen and the citizens who use them. In closing, each of these requests represent a strategic investment in Florida. They create jobs by bringing federal dollars to the state. They support development of a skilled workforce, and most importantly, they ensure your Florida National Guard remains ready to answer the call of our state and nation. I thank the committee for your attention today and for your continued support of your Florida National Guard. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Senator Wright.
Thank you, sir, for being here today, and very good presentation. For the committee's sake, when someone's considering joining the National Guard, what is the average number of days you tell them that they probably could be called to duty?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think our advertisement for probably 50 years has been 1 week a month and 2 weeks of the year, which for the National Guard is 39 days. And truly for the nation, that's probably pretty standard. In Florida, because of our operational tempo for domestic operations, and because we have a truly relevant formations for warfighting efforts, we're doing, this past year we did 106 days on average. So our 12,000 guardsmen were away from their employers and their families on average 106 days. That was unique because of the 3 hurricanes, obviously, and some of the deployments and extended training opportunities we had. But on average, for the past 4 years, it's been 94 days.
Thank you. So almost 3 times the amount.
Yes, sir.
I'm not saying that this is something that you're, misleading them. It's just because Florida Guard is really taxed with a lot of jobs, a lot of, what do you call them, missions, and because we don't have the numbers that we should have here in the state of Florida. So once again, so that you know, we are sending our memorandum to the federal government, asking them to consider bringing our guards numbers up to near 20,000, rather than, what do you have now, 13 and a half, roughly?
Yes, sir. As you know, Senator, and you've worked so hard for the past 3 years, we've made great strides. We've often said that across the nation, we're 53 of our guardsmen to citizen ratio, meaning we're second to the last in the number of guardsmen we have to citizens. And as you know, we're the 3rd largest and fastest growing. And so that mission's not declining, it's growing. And our population is growing as well. But the good news is, because of the support that we receive from the legislature and the governor, the funding we've received, we are out recruiting our losses. We're about 106% strength. And because of the force structure and the MILCON that we're getting from the state and those new armories, we're getting into areas that the National Guard typically hasn't had access to. So we're looking forward to new armories, new formations, and a larger formation.
One comment, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to bring back when General Eifert was in your shoes, we fought really hard to get him $16 million to try to maintain things. And you look at all of the numbers here that are in the governor's proposed budget, I think things are looking up for our National Guard with the funding that they've needed for a long time. So I'm happy for you. I hope that you're happy with what's going on.
Sir, we certainly appreciate the support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Wright. Any further questions? Senator Avila.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, sir. I almost called the room to attention when I saw you get up. That would have been very interesting. I did want to just say this, Mr. Chairman. My experience has been an exceptional experience within the National Guard. What I've seen on the legislative side of it is the National Guard doesn't ask for something unless they absolutely need it. The National Guard conducts a lot of missions, right? So you just, to Senator Wright's questions in terms of, the average amount of days that, National Guardsmen have worked this year or in prior years, you have to think about deployments in pretty much virtually every single continent. You have to think about, certainly during COVID-19, during the pandemic, you have to think about hurricanes. I know your area was impacted not too long ago. I mean, you can go around our, this committee, and at some point or another, our districts have been impacted by hurricanes, and the National Guardsmen have been there on the ground. You think about border security and a whole host of other missions. Really, the National Guard, I think, when you ask residents after any natural disaster, any incident, and the National Guard's there to respond, they are more than grateful. And so I just wanted to just make sure that I highlighted the fact that there's a lot that the National Guard does. A lot of people don't really know about it until it actually happens within their community. So just wanted to say that, and thank you, General Haas, for your leadership.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, sir, and I appreciate the Senator's attendance on Saturday at one of our departure ceremonies. We actually have 1,100 Guardsmen departing on Saturday to the Horn of Africa. Over the last 2 months, we've deployed over 2,100 soldiers to our federal warfighting mission. We have over 600 soldiers working with our law enforcement partners here within the state, and just this morning, 248 Guardsmen arrived in the National Capital Region to support security efforts there as well. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Avila, for those remarks. Senator Bracy Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your service. One question. Was the Florida National Guard at the detention center in the Everglades?
Yes, ma'am. We were one of the first elements there, and we remained there with about 70 guardsmen, and they're doing the outer perimeter security. So we're not involved with the inner operations of the facility. We're really involved with maintaining some of the outer perimeter security.
And follow up?
You're recognized.
I'm sorry.
And so based on your answer, you all are still there?
Yes, ma'am. And I think it's important to note that also because of the concerns, I think, at the national, all of my guardsmen are volunteers, and I think that's really an important thing. So the 600 guardsmen that are working within the state, working with law enforcement, both federal and state, they have all volunteered to do that duty. So I think that's an important aspect as well.
Follow up.
Recognized.
Could you give me, and I know you may not know the exact number, but the cost?
I do have some folks. I don't have those numbers, ma'am. I don't have those numbers now, but I will get them to you. And again, they are, as mentioned this morning, I think, in the briefing, they're all federally reimbursed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Senators, any further questions? Major General, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership. As you can tell, this committee supports you and your efforts 100%. So thanks so much for being here today. Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got Director Mark Thiem. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, with the Florida State Guard. You are recognized. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity, the privilege to serve as ambassador for my agency and present before you today. And Mr. Chair, sir, I'd be remiss if not saying, hey, thank you for your leadership last session, your committee leadership, and the senior Senate leadership for helping us work through some pretty difficult, complex budget issues to get us to a min operating threshold budget that's helped us do the things we've already done so far this year, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Florida State Guard concluded 2025 with approximately 800 soldiers. We represent 59 of our counties, and they're assigned to 4 air, ground, and maritime units. We supported 8 activations last year in response to extreme weather and public safety requirements, the most recent of which was a rapid surge of our aircraft and offshore vessels to support local, state, and federal search and rescue efforts for some lost mariners in the Fort Myers area. The State Guard is structured as an air, land, and sea capable agency. We provide discrete mission packages for employment by, with, and through other state agencies. Our organizing construct gives the state of Florida year-round, time-sensitive ground, maritime, and airborne crisis and emergency response capabilities. When tasked through DEM under gubernatorial authority or at my direction, we do provide multi-mission support along the Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife Commission, our great Florida National Guard, and FDLE, as well as local agencies and authorities. The budget recommendation here, Mr. Chair, returns the Florida State Guard to a resourcing level that is necessary to fulfill our roles and responsibilities that are actually laid out for us in state law, to support our mission essential requirements in emergency response, as well as public safety, to train to the same high levels of readiness as does the Florida National Guard, and to do so in conjunction with local and state agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor's budget recommendation will allow the Florida State Guard to resume full recruiting, training, operations, and maintenance programs across our emergency management and our public safety portfolio. The governor's budget restores the Florida State Guard's mission readiness, and it returns our State Guard to a growth trajectory necessary to sustain the State Guard's capacity to support our communities year-round. Since reconstitution, we average 7 annual mobilizations every year, supporting destructive weather, public safety actions. In a single 90-day period, we mobilized and deployed 94% of our available volunteers for simultaneous community resiliency efforts across 18 counties and a second state. The federal requirements, as you just heard our Adjutant General describe, they're levied upon our National Guard. They do continue to increase and reduces available forces for statewide emergency response. The public safety requirements that you hear our law enforcement agencies, directors and commissioners speak to, especially in the air and the maritime domains, countering illegal immigration and trafficking, are areas where the State Guard can supplement local and state law enforcement agencies, freeing up sworn officers to perform their primary missions. These are just daily examples of where the Florida State Guard serves as a critical cornerstone of statewide emergency response and public safety. Our ground, our air, our maritime, and our special missions unit have all been credited with life-saving actions. These are very high-risk mission sets that require high-quality, competent, effective, and safe and fiscally sustainable programs. We cost substantially less to the state taxpayer than any other agency that works in this space. We cost less per man hour, less per flight hour, less per marine hour. With this budget, Mr. Chair, it significantly improves our disposition over the current year's reduced appropriations. We can now guarantee year-round responsiveness, endurance, and scale anywhere the State Guard is needed. We can reduce the risk to our soldiers operating in these dangerous mission areas by ensuring they stay trained and qualified and credentialed to the required state and federal standards. We can properly maintain our high-value air, marine, and amphibious rescue assets, and we can resume entry-level training for our new volunteers rather than turning away hundreds of Floridians who seek to join us every month, refreshing our ranks with new experience. Most importantly, we can return to our communities, partnering, training, and operating alongside our emergency management and our public safety agencies on a weekly and monthly basis. In succinct terms, Mr. Chair, this budget preserves previous year taxpayer investments and gives us a fiscally sustainable resource framework for our State Guard. A few points here, as you see in the position growth from 32 to 47, the key competency areas that we are asking for this year, one would be IT. We have one full-time equivalent for the entirety of information technology cybersecurity for an agency. Colonel Haas, Colonel Curry, his phenomenal team are allowing us to squirrel massive amounts of equipment that the legislature has afforded us all over the camp. This will give us the ability to consolidate, properly maintain, issue, and recover all of those assets. Subject, Mr. Chair, sir, to your or any of the committee members' questions, that's my presentation.
Thank you very much for that. And Senators, I want to open up for questions real quick, but I do want to remind everybody that we've got 3 more presentations and 1 bill. So if we can kind of move along quicker than we have been, I'd appreciate that. So any questions for the director? Senator Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Sir.
Or is it afternoon already? Sorry about that. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and it's in no way, shape, or form to be derogatory. I just want to ask you, I was excited to be there for the groundbreaking of the Flagler County Training Center. And I guess it's still just growing grass and trees there. That's been a couple of years. So what can we do to help you if you're still planning on moving forward with that? And
Mr. Chair, Senator, thank you. I'm painfully aware of how challenging it is to work through city and county permitting processes. I would say that we're on plan, but the plan is horribly elongated, and Sheriff Staley and I stay in regular communications. And so my advocacy that we look for here, I work through the Department of Military Affairs, I work through DMS, the state agencies to help expedite the process. It's just simply, sir, at this stage, it's city and county permitting challenges that is creating a little bit of an obstacle to progress, and we're working through those, sir.
Follow up. So I'm understanding, and I don't know if you have a feel for this, but DMS is now saying the outdoor firing range will cost $8.5 million and the building $5 million. It seems a little impossible that you would have a firing range for $8.5 million. It concerns me that maybe they're not getting the right bids for this particular project. And also, I'll make a comment that sometimes senators can help building permits move along.
Note taken, sir.
So you can decide excuse me, you can decide if you want to talk offline about
Schedule
some
an
of the
office call,
quotes.
sir,
So,
Mr. Chair.
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation today. Okay, next up, we've got our Secretary from the Department of State, Secretary Byrd. Secretary, welcome, and we can go rather quickly, but not missing your larger important points. I'd appreciate that. I know you know exactly where I'm going with that, so you're recognized.
Great. Thank you, Chairman DeSigley and members of the committee. It's good to be with you again today. Yeah, I'll try to hit the highlights here because I know we're running short on time. So yeah, as you'll note, our requests are small in a dollar amount, but they have a large impact on our citizens. The Department of State's legislative budget request helps preserve Florida's history and heritage and continues our commitment as the gold standard in elections administration. First, you will see a request of $4.5 million for a voting system automated independent audit program. Most counties in Florida are conducting a 100% post-election audit, but about 24, mostly of our small counties, still conduct manual audits, which only involve a 20% audit of the precincts. The funds requested will provide subgrants for counties to purchase an independent automated audit program, same as the ones that are currently using it, allowing them to conduct a 100% post-election audit. The funds will help grant recipients reduce the financial obstacles to conducting full audits and give our voters additional confidence in the election results. Next is increased capacity for the Conservation Lab. It is a request of $5.5 million in non-recurring funds from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund and the Facilities Construction and Major Renovation Special Category to finish construction of the new conservation facility. The existing Conservation Lab is in the basement of the Aria Gray building, and it's old and outdated. The new lab is being built on the property of Mission San Luis here in Tallahassee and will be connected to the new artifact storage facility currently being built, which will be completed in the fall of 2026. Building these two facilities together reduces construction costs and will minimize transport for fragile artifacts in the future. And lastly, we are requesting $4 million in the Grants and Donations Trust Fund to provide grants to expedite the preservation and maintenance of historic properties, beginning with iconic coastal properties and historic lighthouses. As you know, we are celebrating the semi-quincentennial this year, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So one of our missions at the Department of State is to preserve 14,000 years of human habitation in Florida, and these funds will preserve and maintain historic properties throughout the state. Thank you. That is my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Well done. Thank you. Any questions for the Secretary? Senator Bracy Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So will I hear you talking about the audit system, but will any of these monies be dedicated to clarifying the voting status for returning citizens? I've spoken with several supervisors of elections saying that they would love to be able to get some clarity.
Thank you. So no, these funds will only be for a grant to procure the automated audit system. With respect to the returning citizens, as I've stated in every committee, since anyone who's looking to verify their status can contact the Department of State. We have a streamlined form. We have been working with the groups that are helping those individuals determine their ability to vote. So we have a process in place. We just need to get the message out and would ask you to help us do that because we work with the clerks of court to verify whether or not there are any unpaid fines or restitution.
Yeah. Follow up.
Follow up. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to transition over to the arts. I don't know if you know, but I am the former chair of the Florida Council on Arts and Culture, and I very proudly represent Orange County, which has a very robust arts community. So it doesn't appear to be any funding for cultural facilities or African American heritage or preservation network. Looks like the cultural and museum grants are cut from $24 million to about $5 million. Could you explain why?
Recognize.
That's not a cut. It's been our practice over several budget cycles to just put a $5 million placeholder. So that's what that is. It's not a cut or reduction from last year. So that's not accurate. And then with FAPN, I know the legislature supported them last year. I've been a big proponent of FAPN and what they do and fully support their mission. And we have the African American Cemeteries program. There have been no cuts to any of the programs that you mentioned.
My final question, and so can you talk a little bit about, again, I was chair of the Florida Council on Arts and Culture. I understand the grants process very clearly. Can you talk about any proposed changes or any internal changes with how that process goes?
Recognize.
Sure. So we implemented, went through the rulemaking process, went through JAPC. There was no public comment, so we have new rules in place. We just received from the grants panels that review the grant applications that information on Friday. And we're finalizing it to get it to the legislature for your review.
Any further questions? Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. Just very briefly to follow up on Senator Bracey Davis's questions, is there a way for you to maybe estimate, Secretary Byrd, about how many grant applicants will actually be eligible this year? As you know, the rules being promulgated that are being finalized substantially disqualify a vast number of grant applicants due to a lot of the new requirements on grant applications. So do you predict that there will be substantially less arts groups that are mostly nonprofit actually qualifying for cultural and museum grants this year because of the new very strict requirements that have come through the Department of State through rulemaking?
I haven't seen the final list that's been given to us from the grants panels. I know they submitted it at those qualifying at 80% or above. What we tried to do is being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars is, the arts are subjective. What I might find worthy, Senator DeSigli, Chairman DeSigli might not. So we tried to put more definite rules in because we got complaints on the other side in which some disciplines graded very tightly and strict, and other disciplines were looser. And so we had people that we felt were very worthy in getting grants funding that were missing out, where some disciplines were granting, all of their applicants were being scored, at 100%. So our rules were not meant to be stricter. They were meant to be more fair across the board for all of the grant applicants. So I don't anticipate a reduction in those being able to apply.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Secretary? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all.
Okay, Senators, next up we've got Secretary Jared Perdue, with the Department of Transportation. And I know you have a big chunk of our allocations here in this committee, but if you could speed through this without breaking the speed limit, we'd appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, committee members, and I'm not known for being short with words, so I'll do the best that I can. As you heard from Mr. Mims, we do have in the governor's recommended budget, the Floridians' first budget, a work program recommended at $14.3 billion. Our total budget recommendation is $15.4 billion, and so the 14.3 is the work program less our operating budget. I would like to highlight over the governor's tenure, transportation investments have gone up nearly 50%. We've reduced our positions by 500 positions, and our operating budget has stayed essentially flat for that entire tenure. So we are continuing to find more ways to be efficient and deliver more infrastructure with less through innovation. Highway construction and maintenance is at $4.9 billion. This is essentially our capacity capital program and capital maintenance program. You see it includes 181 new lane miles, and so that would be true capacity, but there are also a lot of major complex system-to-system connections, interchange reconstructions, et cetera, as part of that $4.9 billion. I would like to highlight that we are currently managing over 12,000 active contracts with a total value of $22 billion. We pay nearly $45 million a day of invoices, and so this is a significant investment. And again, we're taking this $4.9 billion in construction and maintenance and adding it on top of that portfolio, and so we have a lot of work. It's absolutely crucial that we have the highest and best talent managing these projects. We are required by law to do maintenance and preservation before any new capacity. It's something that sets Florida apart. It's something we're very proud of, and you can see in our resurfacing budget recommendations and also bridge repair and replacement, we have very healthy funding and budget recommendations for those two programs. We touch every single road in the state for resurfacing on an average every 15 years. If you drive the rest of the country, if you've even been to other countries, it becomes very evident that Florida's roads are in very, very good shape, and our bridges are some of the highest quality bridges in the entire world. So we appreciate your continued investment in that. With regards to aviation, this is actually aviation and aerospace, and the governor's recommended budget is at $388 million. This is supporting a huge economic engine and a huge industry. It is estimated that the investments we make in aviation and aerospace have a $336 billion impact on the economy. This infrastructure is absolutely important. As part of that aviation funding, there is $93 million slated for spaceport improvements for shared use infrastructure, and that funding is delivered in partnership with Space Florida with the goal of continuing to increase launch capacity at the spaceport and also the other space territories in the state. The safety initiatives, this is something I would like to highlight to all of you that we've really focused on the last several years under the governor's leadership. How are we going to really truly have an impact on serious injuries and fatalities? So we've begun rolling out statewide safety initiatives, to name a few: movable bridge, pedestrian and bicycle detection, wrong-way driving technology at all of our interchanges, pedestrian safety intersection lighting, rumble strips on all of our rural high-speed facilities, and median barrier crossover protection on our high-speed divided roadways. Lane departures are actually a very big contributor to fatalities, and so we're really trying to focus in on statewide initiatives that can drive that number down. And then lastly, but not least, our seaport investments, again, are supporting a huge economic engine for this state, and they're slated at $155 million in the governor's recommended budget. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any questions.
Well done. Thank you, Secretary. Any questions? Senator Arrington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary Perdue. Question about the Florida Rail Enterprise. Last year we had it at $301 million. It's zeroed out this year. Wondering why, and also if you could talk about the investment for other public transit options or infrastructure.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so the Florida Rail Enterprise program was actually funded with dock stamp revenues. As you know, most of the revenues going to the trust fund come from gas consumption. However, dock stamp revenues were directed to the trust fund many years ago by the legislature, and that is the primary source of revenue for funding alternative modes. So that would be seaports, airports, transit, rail, and so that FRE program was zeroed out as a result of legislation from last session, where dock stamp revenues were reduced by an amount.
Any further questions? Awesome. Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate the work you do.
Mr. Chairman.
And last but not least, Director Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
And we're on a time crunch here. So
I'm going to be very brief, sir.
appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Just like I was when I came to your office. I think I was there 5 minutes. So I will go directly to page 2, forget about all the welcome and thank you and all that stuff. So Emergency Preparedness Response Trust Fund is our first ask, $500 million. This is, I believe, back of the bill language. And the governor is requesting that in the Floridian's first budget for emergency management. $71.8 million is in flood mitigation assistance, SWIFT current. This is more about authority. There is a small portion of cash that is there that is state management, call it SMATCH. But this is more about authority to take this federal program that is centric to national flood insurance policy owners to continue to elevate, buyout, or raise those homes. Number 3, that is also a sub-element of Elevate Florida. Number 3 is the statewide WebEOC initiative, $3.6 million. This is a non-recurring item that has been non-recurring for about 20 years. We have to provide by state statute a way for our cities and counties to communicate with us to actually ask for assistance. This is that system. And again, it's been around for quite some time. Next, the Enterprise Business Solution. This is our Department of Emergency Management Enterprise System, how we manage all of our grants. To date, last year when I came and spoke with you, our ROI in this area for this $3.3 million in operations and maintenance was 1,910% return on investment. We have done an additional $1.5 billion, and we have an additional $2.2 billion in the hopper. So I assume that our return on investment is well over 2,000% now. And then last, our statewide emergency alert notification system at $3 million. This is directly related to bringing down national flood insurance policy premiums. A failure to invest in that $3 million would cause homeowners' insurance policies for national flood insurance protection to go up by a minimum of $50 million. And that's my presentation, sir, without notes.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Very fast.
Senator Smith.
Thank you. I'll cut straight to the chase, Director Guthrie. How many individuals are currently being detained at Alligator Alcatraz, and what is the collective total of how many individuals have been detained there since the site was opened?
Because of this morning's briefings and things here with the budget, I did not attend the briefing this morning. I will tell you that yesterday's number at the South Florida Detention Facility was about 1,500.
And the cumulative total since the site was created by the state?
I'll have to get back with you on that number. It's in the hundred. I'll say generically, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
I asked for a number actually of individuals, not dollar amounts. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that.
So the sum total number of detainees that have been brought there and detained there since the facility opened in July.
Sure.
You recognize it.
I'm going to give you the number that is combined, Baker County and that number, because I do not know them right off the top of my head, but myself and the governor did a press conference about a week and a half ago, and that number was at 20,000. So that's a publicly available, or I say a publicly available number. That's the number that he and I used about, give or take, 10 days ago. We average getting from ICE anywhere from 15 to 150 a day that come in. Probably about the same amount goes out. So again, this is designed to be a temporary detention facility while the Department of Homeland Security moves them to their final points of destination.
And can you follow up with our Senate office, please, just to help us understand specifically at the Everglades detention camp, how many people have been detained there since the site opened in July, specifically at that location?
We can certainly follow up. I'm going to guesstimate that it's probably around 14 to 15,000 of that 20,000 number. Give or
Thank
take.
you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Wright.
Just real quickly, thank you for being here today. I know you're one of the busiest people on the planet. Thanks for all you do. You've been very accessible in all my 7 years, and my last year now, my 8th year. And I really appreciate all that you do to keep us safe in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wright. Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. All right, Senators, that concludes our presentations. We do have one bill presentation today, and I want to make sure that we're going, Senator President Gates, you are recognized. Come up. But before we do that, under Rule 2.102, the President has authorized the continuation of this meeting until 1:30. Obviously, I don't think we'll need that, but I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to present your bill and any public testimony questions. If we do have an amendment, we will get that done. So tab number 2, Senators, Senate Bill 48 on housing by Senator Gates. Senator, you are recognized to explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill requires local governments to allow property owners to voluntarily create accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. An ADU is a smaller, independent, fully functioning house located on the same property as a standalone home. Sometimes they're called carriage houses or granny flats. Under this bill, the property owner retains his homestead exemption for that portion of the property on which the owner maintains a permanent residence. Local governments may not impose undue parking restrictions, but the bill does continue local government's authority to control setbacks, construction, and permitting. The density bonus incentives in current law are extended to provide housing that's affordable for military families receiving the basic housing allowance, and there is an amendment.
Thank you, Senator, for that. We're going to go ahead and take up amendment barcode number 408564. Senator Gates, you are recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment removes reusable tenant screening reports from the bill due to the danger of unauthorized sharing and hacking of personal identifying data, and also indicates by right so that once a plan conforms with applicable zoning regulations, no separate hearing or permitting is required for the ADU.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we have one appearance form. We have got Samantha Paget with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. Good afternoon. Welcome. You're recognized, and this is on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to apologize. I think it's probably more appropriate if I were to file a card on the bill at large, so I want to apologize for the confusion. My name is Samantha Paget. I am the General Counsel for the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Housing for the team members that make our hotels and restaurants run is a very crucial issue, and as the long-term housing market in Florida has contracted, that has presented a lot of challenges for our employees. And we find that accessory dwelling units can be a very important tool to address.
this like I don't know what I'm doing here today. Vice Chair Polsky moves, we adjourn. Seeing no objection, show that motion adopted, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
You are watching the Florida Channel, a public service made possible by the Florida Legislature, WFSU-TV, and Florida State University.
An estimated 16,000 Floridians living with HIV will lose coverage, and that's a reliable figure supplied by NASTAD, the National Alliance of State and Territorial AIDS Directors, because that's the number of people. Roughly 50% of the people currently in ADAP are above the 130% of FPL. Also, as of March 1st, the program will cancel the ADAP component that pays health insurance premiums for low-income patients, which is a cost-effective service multiplier. This will force patients to find other ways to pay for insurance or be uninsured. And I'll add that it's the insurance program that enables the rebates to come. So the more people whose insurance premiums are paid, the more rebates the program gets. And 2/3 of the ADAP budget in Florida is accounted for by those rebates. The department says this is to prevent a budget deficit, but available figures do not support that analysis. And they have not shared with advisory groups or the affected population or the public how they have come up with their projections. These drastic changes are a threat to the life and health of individuals with HIV and to public health, as this is likely to lead to increasing cases of HIV and AIDS, with all the suffering and additional millions of dollars of health care that will cost. All that in the context of Florida already, unfortunately, being consistently among the states most impacted by the HIV epidemic in the United States. What is urgently needed is a complete pause while the finances are fully reviewed and, if necessary, medically sound alternatives can be implemented. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to try to answer any of your questions. For example, the rebate question that was asked by Senator Sharif before and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahrens. Mr. Rayner? Michael Rayner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to, there was a lot that was said, and Dr. Lapido, you were at the last hearing, I guess, so you heard a lot of what I had to say, so I'm not going to repeat some of that. But this is really loud. I did get a text message from somebody who's very involved in the premium payment programs, and they write the expended tax credits that the Surgeon General referred to had almost no impact on the program. Overall, the insurance premiums only increased by about $150 per client. Last year, the cost of the premiums were about $160 million, and this year it's about $99 million. I don't know where the shortfall is. I also haven't heard enough about the copays. So I'm Medicare Part D. I don't know how that program, whether it's helping me or not. The letters, which are here, there's all the templates from what came from your office, which I will get mine when I go home in 3 weeks because nobody's mailed it to me. Some people won't get their letter because they didn't consent to get things at home, so they will not know that they were canceled from the program. We will lose people to care unless the health department's going to figure a way how to track those down. The county health departments don't have information, and it's really frightening. I do thank you, Mr. Chair, for requesting for the Surgeon General to meet with us. As I stated at the last meeting, one of the requirements under federal law through HRSA, through the Ryan White programs, is for the health departments to work with consortia, to work with the stakeholders, to work with people living with HIV/AIDS, the funding partners, so that we can collaboratively come up with solutions. This was done in a silo and in secrecy, with leaks here and there that we may be getting. But the fact that last week we found out about this, and panic alarms are going off, and we were never brought in to say, let's work on cost containment measures. You know, on Charlie Crist's time going out of the governor's office and Rick Scott's coming in, I was on that state ADAP advisory work group. And the Surgeon General at that time, I sat literally right next to in those meetings, and we really worked hard in trying to figure out how it was. And sometimes as much of a pain in the butt I was to the health department staff and pushing them and challenging them, they always stepped up and they always wanted to try to figure out because they genuinely care. People who work in the field of HIV have worked in this field for years. It is a passion. They saw the injustice and the harm that happened to their children, their sisters, their brothers, to their friends, their family members who suffered from a disease who didn't have remedies to help them, and they saw them die. And we're at a time right now where we've been shut out from this process with the lack of transparency that David Poole spoke to. And we need to be brought in. So through the chair, Surgeon General, I am in town. I will stay in town. And I and others are more than happy to bend over backwards and meet with you wherever with Dr. Shetke, with Antonio Dawkins, or whoever is running this program and making these decisions, because there are alternative cost containment measures that have come down from the federal level as suggestions so that we don't have to make these drastic impacts. The state of Pennsylvania just decreased theirs from 500% to 350% of federal poverty limit. They didn't take this huge cut. And you may differ from when you're saying, I'm saying that money was misappropriated, but without the financial transparency coming from the Department of Health, what are we to believe? You have to show us the money. Show us where it's going for us to trust that the health department is meeting its vision for a better Florida. There was even the South Florida AIDS Network wrote back to Dr. Coe, their medical director, posing questions, and we really need to know more. Clients are suffering, and providers are just scratching their head, desperate for information, and county health departments can't give that information because your office has not provided them with that guidance. I called this morning again to find out, do they have a copy of my letter? I would like to have a copy of the letter that's coming to me, terminating me from the program while I'm up here, so I can figure out how to come up with that $2,500 toward my medications. But I'm blessed. I'm one of the better ones. There's other people who are going to have to decide on rent or something else in order to make up to still access their medications. And while Senator Sharif noted a lower amount, my one medication alone is $7,500 a month. So that's not attainable for Florida. That's not a healthy Florida. And you have my contact card. I will wait here to meet with you after this so that we can set up a time. But the community needs to meet with you, and we need to have this discussion to figure out going forward. And I plead through the chair, I plead with the health department, pause what you're doing right now, begin that collaborative process as required by the federal government through HRSA, and bring us in. We want to help to ensure for the stability of this program that so many depend on. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for extending the meeting time to allow us to speak.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thank you all very much, everybody. Sorry, this side of the room didn't get to answer many questions.
So
yeah,
they're
I'd like
able
leave
to
the committee
now
with really
do
just
that. So,
one
but I
thought
would
as we
say,
move forward
you know, if there's something that is enacted, you really can take it to the bank that it's not going to be rewritten 6 ways from Sunday from the Supreme Court, and that's really, really important to have that certainty and the predictability. You know, one of the things, you know, we work with the chamber on some of these initiatives and whether they should even be allowed on the ballot. You know, having things on the ballot, you know, it's one thing if we said, okay, you know, you need to get 3/5 of the vote in each legislature to pass a law, whatever. Like whether that's good or not, we all know what that means. You read that and you can decide. The stuff that's on the ballot, people don't even know what it means. There's no definitions. So you end up voting, and there's people that may view it totally differently, and that is not the way, you know, to do business. So the court obviously has a role to police that, and sometimes they've done a good job. 24 more recently, you know, they probably should have been more aggressive on that, and we were disappointed, you know, with the outcome. I definitely think our new justice is very much keyed on to how the dangers of having that, you know, just kind of like a jump ball constitutionally where we can't even agree on what we're all voting on, can't agree on the definition. That is not the way, you know, to do business. And I do think if you can have interests put in hundreds of millions of dollars to try to change the Constitution, like that's not grassroots driven. Like, let's just be clear. I mean, those are people that are trying to use that process to be able to get an advantage. So I do think he understands that, and on all the other stuff, I think will be very, very good. But the courts, I think, are really important, and I think our judiciary has improved dramatically over the last 7 years. Not even a question, you know, that it has. We also have what we've done on the legislative side with the litigation reform. So we were down in Broward County on Monday announcing that citizens insurance so they had submitted whatever but our agency approved really significant decreases. I think the most they've ever had. It's like 14% in Broward and Miami-Dade for citizens' policies. You know, there are 1 million policies less than they were 2 years ago, partially because the private market is coming back. They don't have as much exposure as they did then, and so they were able to do. But they don't have the same costs with litigation. You know, when we were doing the reforms, the homeowners was obviously a big issue because it had been escalated. It was escalating everywhere in the country, but for us, it was escalating in ways that didn't even make sense. When you have 8% of claims and you have 78% of litigation expenses, how does that make any sense at all? Obviously, we had some problems. The interesting thing about that is you get those numbers a couple years ago. Most of that litigation was Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, which did not have a hurricane anytime recently. So it's like, how is this? So this is just normal wear and tear on homes, and like it's the litigation's out of control. So when that was done, we knew it would take some time. That is just one way. You have auto companies, USAA, 8% or 10% reduction. Progressive is 8%. Home companies, 8% reduction. This is all like the norm that's now coming in. And 100%, if you ask them, why did that happen, 100% will say it was because of the legal reforms that were done in 22 and 23 in the state of Florida. And I'll tell you, I know there's people in this room that have been trying to do litigation reform for a long time. You know, the only reason it got done is because I won the big victory. I mean, let's just be clear. We had momentum. There was a lot of folks that, you know, had interest to stop that. But it was just too much of a freight train. We just did it and went. And then I think you saw how difficult it could be when you had attempts in the Florida House last year to try to repeal it, even when we were seeing positive results trying to do that. But since then, I think the indicators have only gotten better. I don't think that there's any way anyone can point to any of this stuff and say anything's gotten worse as a result of that. I think things have turned in a better direction, and it's not going down anywhere in the country. So when you have an 8% or 10% reduction in auto policies premiums, that is not, it is going up in other parts of the country and up significantly in other parts of the country. So that was really, really important, and I think it's probably performed better than what people thought it would happen. Even Uber, you know, they're now, I think it's millions of dollars in reduced fares and then in the Florida market as a result, more than that probably. And they actually sent out a notice to all their customers saying, you are paying less. You're paying less than in other similar markets are paying, and it's only because of these reforms. So we're going to keep you apprised as to whether anything happens as a result of that. And so that's going all the way down to the driver, small business, contractor level, but then also to the customer level, even there on a consumer-facing product. So all in all, it's been very, very successful. It needed to happen. Florida is just, I mean, we just have been a very litigation-happy state for a long time. I don't know that it's totally been, you know, 100%. There's probably more that we'd like to do, but the reality is we're in a much better spot. And it's the judicial reform, judicial people, but it's also the legislative. And so you really need both to be able to go hand in hand. I did the State of the State. I was able to talk about some stuff. You know, my view is just like most of what happens with politics is theater nowadays, right? And it's just, it doesn't actually matter because they're not actually getting things done. I think Florida has been a great exception to that, where the things we're doing actually matters. I mean, I talked about, you know, what we've done on Everglades restoration, very important, ambitious thing, huge change in what's gone on there. We've talked about higher ed, major reforms in our universities, K through 12, universal school choice, really significant stuff that we've been able to do, and ultimately that's what it's all about. It's being able to put points on the board and making sure that you're actually doing things that are impacting people's lives. Obviously, you know, during the pandemic, you know, I had to take decisions that were not popular, that subjected me to a lot lot of attacks, but really set the foundation for the state to zoom past other states, because Florida was the place to be, and we still are to a certain extent, but there was like almost an irrational rush to Florida. It was just like people had to get out of some of these other areas. There was a lot of stuff going on, and they flooded down to the state of Florida, and really the state's done very, very well. And Mark mentioned the GDP. I mean, we've had a massive increase in the size of our economy just in the last 7 years to be able to, and I mean, the estimates are from like 1.5 trillion to like 1.8 trillion, depending on how you do it. But if it's 1.5, that's a 50% increase in the size of your economy from where we had been the whole history of the state to just 7 years. And then if it's 1.8, that's 80%, $800 billion increase, which would be, you know, we were probably, you go back 15 years, we were probably, our whole economy was that much. And so we've been able to do that just here. I do know this is a fact. We've had more income move into the state of Florida since I've been governor that's ever moved into any state over a similar period of time in the entire history of the Republic. That's a big deal. And so, it's provided opportunities. It also provides challenges. I mean, the price of it used to be Florida was like a pretty good discount from some of these other places. You know, but what was happening is like people that got fed up with living in California, you know, they're in Newport Beach. They have a 3-bedroom, 3-bath home, 2,000 square. They're going to sell that for like $3 million, right? So then they can come in Sarasota and they can buy one twice that size for half the price. And so you would see, and these are cash offers, everything. So the valuations, the prices definitely went up. Now, I mean, we're not in that same rush where people are just buying property. The market's much more frozen. Obviously, I think there's what people are making has not caught up with where the pricing is. So you're going to see interest rates. There's a lot of different factors on that, but affordability you hear a lot about. The way I look at it is, you know, what can we control and what can we not control? Forcing things like trying to take over parts of the economy or trying to, like, we're going to dictate this, like that sounds good. It just ultimately doesn't work, right? And so we've got to create conditions, and that's what we've tried to do in the insurance reform, create conditions that's going to attract more people to do business in Florida and then empower the consumers to be able to have choices. You know, I run into people on like car insurance. Like, you said that Progressive was going to do less. I didn't see that in mine. I was like, well, did you shop for anyone? They're like, no. I'm like, well, try to shop. And then they will, oh, I saved $200 or I saved $400. Okay, well, good. Well, that's what you have to do. That's how these market economies work. But it'd be good to say, hey, you know, I could just, you could pay $5 for this. It's just not the way. So you got to create an environment that empowers consumers and empowers small businesses. And we've worked really hard to do that across the board. But, you know, the one thing of all the things that home prices, we can't control that. That's a market. The insurance, we did things to solidify the market, but ultimately those are private companies. They're either going to offer or not offer. We try to create the best conditions we can for the homeowner. But the one thing we do control is the tax. Well, we don't at the state level directly, but through our Constitution and local governments on property tax. And what's happened is, well, one, some people just can't afford it, right, because of how much it's gone up. Two, it's distorted the normal turnover in the housing market. Because think about it. If you're somebody that's older, you're an empty nester, maybe you got a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 4,000 square foot home, and you want to downsize. The problem is, you know, if you've had that home for 20 years, your tax base is going to be much lower on that bigger home than on the home you buy to downsize. So you're going to sign up for a much larger tax bill because the valuations have gone up. And so what do? You stay put. Well, part of the way young people can afford things is these things turn over, right? That's kind of a natural yin and a yang. So I've talked talked to a lot of, you know, elderly who, I mean, some of them are getting squeezed by it, but I think a lot of it is, you know, they really are stuck. So you're there, you're stuck. You don't want to give up that tax basis because you go to the next one and the tax basis is going to be 3 or 4 times, even if the property is not as nice. And so that's just what we're dealing with. So when people say things to me when I go around the state, so in the state level, I mean, think of what we've done. We rely primarily on a sales tax, but if you're somebody who is strapped, who's just doing you basically don't pay sales tax because you don't pay on groceries, you don't pay on medications, and then we've excluded all baby items. So you know, if you're raising kids, diapers, wipes, strollers, all that other stuff, done. I remember the day I signed that permanent exclusion in the law. Was about 2 months after our youngest got out of diapers. And my wife asked me why I didn't do that my first year as governor. Well, we wouldn't have inflation that year, so it was, I guess it wasn't something people were talking about as much. But you did that. So you don't have any, so that's that. No income tax, obviously. We eliminated the tax on business rent. So that's a tax that's totally gone now. And so it's like, what other taxes can you really cut at the state level? Because, you know, the thing about consumption is, if you talk to like a kind of like people that are not Marxist economists, but like market economists, they will say, you know, consumption's the best way to do it. Then they would say income, and then the wealth taxes are the worst, like, you know, what California's trying to do, property, all that other stuff. And so, because the consumption, there's a certain amount of voluntariness in that, right? If you don't want to pay tax, then don't buy the new car, whatever. You have different things. And when you exempt the essentials, it doesn't hit low-income people the way it does. So there's not a lot that we could do. There's some little taxes, and maybe some of your industries people talk about, and it's not like I'm for those, but I will tell you, when you cut those, not a single voter even knows you're cutting them, right? It doesn't create changes in behavior or anything like that. So no one's ever complained to me about state tax. It's really what's going on in local tax. And so we're working on getting something that's going to be strong for the ballot. You know, you got to have 2/3 of each house be willing to put it on the ballot, and then 60% of the voters have to approve it. And that's just because we don't do the property tax at the state. We're not getting any of that revenue. It's all local. And yeah, there's some people say, you can't do property tax. We're not going to have police. We're not going to have schools. Listen to this. 2019, the total amount of property tax revenue brought in by local governments in Florida was $32 billion. Last year was $56 billion. So, you know, that's like an 80% increase. Now, are you 80% better off in services and all? Of course not. I mean, what happened was you had big valuation increases, you had a rush, you had money coming in, you know, and that money, you know, has been spent. So I don't think that this current trajectory would be sustainable to go from 32 to 56 and continuing to see it. So just from a feasibility perspective, you got to have protection for taxpayers. But we're also in a unique situation. You know, we could do this in ways, and we're focusing on your primary residence, your homestead. Look, if I was starting from scratch, I would not do property tax at all. I would focus on consumption in other ways, especially with a state that brings in a lot of tourists and people. Let them pay, you know, contribute, right? But we are where we are on that. But, you know, the homestead is about a third, 30%, 33% of the total amount of revenue. And it makes sense, right? Because when you lock that in, it doesn't go up as much. The people come in for the second homes, they're constantly having a higher tax basis. So the reality is we have opportunity to do. Now, I mentioned different things. Should you be able to just move from New York the next day and claim it? You know, maybe not, right? I mean, maybe we want to, like, figure it out. So there's different incentives that we're working through, but I think that would be the most meaningful thing for individuals to be able to provide relief on that. And we have a big enough economy, we have enough of a tax base where you'd be able to adequately handle all the things. But, you know, people say, where are you going to get money to plug this? You know, why doesn't everyone say, you know, where are they going to find money to spend less? I mean, what's wrong with spending less? I don't understand why we should say that the budget should almost double, you know, in a 6 or 7 year period. I just don't think that that's rational. You know, in the state of Florida, look, if you look, and I came in, we were in the 90 billions. Recently, we're 100 and whatever, 16, 17. Now, if you account for population growth and inflation, really isn't much of an increase because we've had 25% inflation the past 5 years. But in the last 3 years, we've basically been the same level. I mean, we've been between, like 115, 118 billion, somewhere around there. I veto spending, and I vetoed about 10 billion over my tenure. That's a record. No one's done as much as that. So, I've played my part in keeping that down. But the reality is, we've shown, even in the state growing, you haven't seen massive increases in spending. So I think it can be done. I think it's something that's important, and that's going to be something we're going to be working through. I don't know that we're going to have something passed in the regular session. It may be something that you come back to do, but the reality is you can't do it before November anyways. And someone was like, well, no. If you can call a special election for it. Yeah, you need 3/4 of each house of the legislature. That's not viable for us. So you got to get 2/3 to put it on in November. So that's really it. So you have until pretty much, I think, August 1st to be able to get that done. I think it'll get done before then. But we're working with folks in both chambers on that. We're also going to come back and do the redistricting for Congress. I do think that the Supreme Court is going to issue a ruling that's going to require us to do that anyways. But I also think with our population, we got shortchanged on the redistricting last time. When the first Trump administration was leaving office, I met with the Commerce Secretary, Wilbur Ross, and I said, what are we getting? He's like, you're going to get 2 seats. And Texas is going to get 3, which, was reasonable, right? Well, but they hadn't finished it, right? So they did the counting, but then you got to go through and you collate the data. So then the Biden administration came in, he issued some executive orders, upended the way they were doing that. A few months later, they put out the document, Florida only got 1, and Texas only got 2. Rhode Island was supposed to lose 1. They ended up losing 0. Who was the Commerce Secretary that came in for Biden? The former governor of Rhode Island. So, it is what it is, right? But there's no way you can say Florida should have only gotten 1 seat in a 10-year period. It just said. So we're malapportioned off of that anyways. But then what's happened is the migration into Florida just in the last 4 or 5 years, that's been more migration than you'd normally get in a 10 or a 15-year period. So there's some districts that you have a lot more votes being cast than in other districts. So there's a whole bunch of reasons to be able to do that. So we've set that for some time in April, I think the later part of April. Our primary is in late August, so it gives you time to be able to do all that. So that will happen, and then stay tuned. The other thing that I mentioned in the speech yesterday is, with the use of artificial intelligence, I mean, on the one hand, it's like, technology is going to help you do your job better, run your business better. People are saying it can be used for great medical advances. I hope that's true. I mean, they also promised stuff with the internet that it would solve all these problems, and that didn't happen. But I hope it's all true. Military, all this other stuff. But there's also an undercurrent to this about, displacing humans, about not being controlled by humans, kind of a transhumanist strain that I think is very dangerous for society. I think it will cause huge problems in our society. And the fear I have, and so we're saying let's create a Bill of Rights for consumers. Let's make sure that they're protected against the excesses of this. But what's going to happen, they're putting a lot of capital investment into this, right? Well, although the data centers, no one wants the data centers. I started talking about this a few months ago, and everyone's like, oh, well, the tech, they're so wealthy. So I was like, trust me, people don't want data centers. I was like, because it takes as much power as a city with 500,000 people, right? So it's like, there's a capacity issue, and then there's a cost issue. They take a lot of water, all this stuff. So a lot of people don't want it. And you've had a lot of blowback around the country. Well, now, you even have the president now saying, no passing on costs of data centers. You've got activists on the left and right that are doing that. So that's kind of just a proximate thing. But then, but they're putting a lot of money into it, and they got to make money on the back end. Well, how do you do it? you know, honestly, they're going to try to sell ads, get people on these products, and then sell ads or sell subscriptions. That's what, and now is that going to be things that are going to, you know, really broaden the horizons of the human experience? No, it's going to be AI slop. It's going to be, you know, taking somebody and putting a different head on them and putting a funny dance and all this stuff. I mean, like, it's going to be a lot of mindless stuff. Although I will tell you, my wife has put on things like, you know, write a song about, you know, our kids, right? And like they will write it, and then you can put it to a different app where they will play it, like with music, like playing. And Madison, Mason, Mamie, and Dad all were like, stop with these AI songs. They're terrible. The kids hate them. So it's like, so there is a little hope there. But they're going to try to monetize, right? And that's what's going to end up happening. And some of these chat bots, you know, it's unfortunate. I've got a mom down in Central Florida. Her son committed suicide because the chat bot was basically pushing him in that direction. I had a mom from Texas at one of our events. Her son was being told by the chatbot that he needed to report her to the police, and that eventually it kind of escalated where the chatbot said you'd be justified in killing her, his own mother. So this is stuff that's out there. So it's really, really problematic. So I think what we're doing is something that it's not going to stop anyone from curing cancer, but what it is going to do is empower parents. It's going to have transparency. It's going to have accountability. You know, now that President Trump has put out his statement on the data centers, I think that's going to fly through. I think everyone's going to be fine with that. But this is going to continue to be a bigger issue. And, you know, technology is great, but it needs to be moral, it needs to be ethical, it needs to reinforce our values as Floridians and Americans, it needs to enhance the human experience, not try to supplant the human experience, and I think there are things that can be done where that's channeled in a very, very positive direction. But make no mistake about it, to just say that a handful of Silicon Valley companies, you know, are going to deliver us to the promised land and all this stuff, just left to their own devices, that's not their incentive to do that. You go, we got to beat China and AI. Fine. These companies want to sell to China. They're not trying to beat them. That's not what their incentives are. So their incentives are to make money, deliver value for their shareholders. I get it. No problem. But don't say then, we want all this other stuff, and that somehow these companies are going to do when that's not what they're incentivized to do. So I think our efforts on this are very thoughtful. I think they're very targeted, but I think they're necessary. And I think if we don't, you know, I look back at when the internet, they did the Section 230, which basically gave immunity to big tech. You know, and they said, well, if you don't do this, you're not going to have innovation. I'm not sure that that's the case. I think that could have been handled differently at the time. And so now, you know, there was initially a push last year to do like an AI amnesty for 10 years where states would be kneecapped from being able to do anything with AI. They didn't have a federal rule. It really wasn't a federal preemption because they didn't know what they wanted. They just didn't want us to do anything. And that's like, you know, that's letting the inmates run the asylum. So we're not going to do that. And I think it'll end up being something that'll be very thoughtful and very, very good. But with that, we're in a great spot. The state's doing well. You know, we've tackled, you know, people ask me like, you know, and I articulate some of the things I need to do. When they ask me, you know, what do you need? It's like, listen, everything I told voters I did when I stood for both of my elections, I've accomplished. Most people cannot say that, you know, when they are in office. And so I did that. That doesn't mean there aren't anything more to do. There's always more to do. But it's kind of like playing with house money, right? It's like, okay, if I can do some stuff with property tax, if I can do some stuff with here, we want to do it. We want to move the ball forward. But we set out to do a lot of bold things. We delivered on all those promises. The state is in a very, very good direction. I think the momentum, you know, is likely to continue. And I also think that, you know, if it doesn't, we've got a big budget reserve. We've got the cushion that you need to be able to withstand some of the things that can be thrown our way. So all in all, it's been very fun to be able to put points on the board. look forward to working with you guys, over the next balance of the next year. There is more to do. We will do more. And, we are the #1 performing state in the country. If you look at all the metrics that you can, we're the #1 performing state. Other states are asking, what's Florida doing? We typically don't ask what they're doing. Not that some of them aren't doing good stuff, but, we're out there leading, and we're doing it first for everybody. So thank you all for what you've done, and God bless everyone, and we'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the state of Florida.
Meet the anticipated online certification of the vehicle. So we're going to do what we do best. I mean, we're certainly an infrastructure provider, and we're going to coordinate those efforts and be a key role, or if not the leader, for implementing those next steps. All right. This is what we publish. It's the aerial network, and it looks Now, it looks fairly technical, but we wanted to make it technically accurate as well. And so with a lot of focus of AEM across the country, we've dedicated on the eVTOLs themselves, so a lot of focus on the vehicles. We recognize the need to develop the roadways, right? We got to develop the network that they need to fly on. And so the business plan rollout, we announced our recommended corridors with the nation's first aerial highway network, which is unlike anything ever established before. And we want to connect key metro areas with this map. And you can see what the primary corridors, or at least the early entry points, is the I-4 corridor as well as the southwest corridor, or southeast corridor. So we're really trying to make the system ready-made and ready for the AEM industry partners to come and operate revenue-generating services using this infrastructure that we're developing. As you can see, we've already mapped out what our future looks like and the service city locations we think those early entry points are going to be. Again, these routes are for both passenger and freight, and there's three primary missions we're going to focus on as we develop the plan. That's passengers, freight, and emergency management. To further put our words into action, we've begun expanding the use of the SunTrax testing facility to conduct research and development of the AEM technology, ultimately becoming the headquarters of AEM activity in Florida. SunTrax is already well known as the leading hub for transportation innovation and testing of advanced transportation solutions, including testing environments for surface transportation. But we're excited to integrate air transportation research into this already impressive portfolio. So we are creating the first R&D facility in the U.S. that combines both surface and air transportation technology. With this expansion, we're also creating dedicated, specialized spaces and opportunities to grow and develop the first generation of AEM and Florida Aerial Network workforce. This includes on-site classrooms, research labs, and one of the only state-led AEM research and development facilities in the entire country. So this project will be delivered in phases. The first phase, which is the construction of the first at-grade vertiport, has already been completed. We completed that back in October this past year. It's the first vertiport of its kind in the country. The second phase is to include a second at-grade vertiport about a mile to the north on the same campus, and that'll create additional eVTOL parking as well as charging and maintenance hangar capabilities. With the completion of both at-grade vertiports, Florida will create the nation's first AEM aerial test bed to further test and develop AEM technology in a very controlled environment, and that's key. Kevin's going to talk about his airspace and how busy it is. So with the state-of-the-art, highly advanced technology already available at SunTrax, as well as a prime location near two major airports, just off the major highway of I-4, it only makes sense to expand this facility to truly propel our AEM implementation efforts in all its capabilities. So we have an ideal airspace to do it, and we really think this will attract a lot of industry to the state of Florida. So AEM is something that can be utilized in many different cases. I mentioned the three primary missions we envision, and that's emergency management, like organ transplants, air taxi, which like the Secretary mentioned, as well as freight. Right now, there's a lot of focus on the industry of utilizing AEM technology like airport and rail shuttle services, catching a ride from your home to the office, or simple destination flights from one part of town to the next. At FDOT, our focus is filling in the gaps where others are not working. So we're really focused on intercity flights as one of our primary use cases or one of our primary support roles, and then traveling city to city across the state. Intercity travel is a catalyst, we believe, for developing the AEM market. And this particular travel market is expected to be an early adopter of this technology. With AEM deemed as a future solution for reducing congestion on our roadways, it's essential that we develop solutions to further support these efforts in longer distance travel with this technology. So as professionals, we have the expertise in developing efficient intercity travel. We have the means to bring those thoughts and considerations to the sky. All right, so we're really committed. We got, as you know, we have friendly regulations, a focus on innovation and development of a strong, ready workforce. And we're also well positioned in Florida to help these companies in this industry to grow a profitable business first in Florida. As experts, we use these same thoughts and considerations as a basis for our passenger and freight market. And by strategically placing vertiports, we can complete existing modes, providing links between ports, airports, rail, and intercity public transportation. These connections can only supplement and support those hubs. So we're going to get a little bit into the data here. Certainly private sector is going to use data to approach any type of solution. And so we've been analyzing forecasts for intercity trips, and we really think the business traveler or the leisure traveler will be some of the early entrants for profitable routing. And so when we look at that potential, we think the trips in the initial year, which we believe will be 2027, will be anywhere from 220,000 trips to 1.4 million trips in the opening year. And these numbers can grow, we believe, when we get into 2050 to over 11 million on the low end, almost close to 20 million annual trips on the high end. So we truly believe, based on forecasting, this will be a very integrated mode of transportation. For the freight market, it's only expected to grow as well. It's a different type of freight movement. It's not the 30, 40 tons of movement. It is going to be micro movements in the 1 to 2 ton range. But it also has a market share, just like you see with even individual delivery drones as they're starting to take off now. The profit itself will largely depend on individual AEM operators and their efficiency and the industry gross profit. And we've tried to calculate the best we can based on usership and other modes. But we truly believe that the opening year profit could be over $40 million alone, and then approach $2.5 billion range by 2050. So again, we believe a fast emerging mode of transportation. And it's our job as transportation professionals to plan for those impacts and then try to predict where those infrastructure needs are going to be so we can help support that mode of transportation. So we've already done some early screenings around the state. You know, we've got if you kind of picture a vertiport, a heliport is very close resemblance to what we need to account for. So we've looked at land zoning, utility infrastructure needs, noise and environmental constraints and impacts, also emergency response and safety, the size of the properties, and then also logistics and supply connections. So once you start filtering out different criteria, then you start to understand where we can actually use this mode of transportation. Now, this screening, because we did focus on the urban areas, does not discount the need for rural airports and the critical part of their contribution to the network. So, Terry, you mentioned FAA. This is a good slide to kind of follow up on that request. So, following the President's executive order this past summer, USDOT and FAA launched the Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Integration Pilot Program. I know that's a mouthful. We refer to it as the EIPP. So, in September 2025, to accelerate the deployment of eVTOL, a request was made to the states to participate in this competition. Florida is uniquely positioned to lead in the EIPP due to its proactive approach to infrastructure development and our forward-thinking legislation and strong industry collaboration. And so I-4 will serve as one of those primary geographic priorities, along with our successful partnerships, in order to create a key successful starting point. The other part of the EIPP is how do we integrate? How do we integrate all those issues that we know and come to standard when it comes to commercial flights and private flights? And so that includes testing and development of rules and regs, how we integrate AAM into the airspace, air traffic controllers. We also have to consider cybersecurity and other technology, including ground weather sensors. And then we got to worry about workforce and pilot training as well. So the two primary benefits for winning the EIPP for the state of Florida, it allows FDOT in Florida to be at the seat of the table with FAA as we develop rules and regulations. The second thing it does, it gives a benefit of distinction and designation for Florida to support the certification of those vehicles with demonstration flights. So as the Secretary mentioned, since 2021, we've been leading statewide efforts to accelerate AAM integration, engaging with federal regulators, private industry, local governments, and academic institutions to position Florida as a national leader. And we've coordinated early advocacy at the federal level to accelerate regulatory frameworks. We've developed a statewide AAM implementation plan and readiness assessment. We'll talk a little bit more with the panel. Strategic partnerships with 9 Florida universities. And we've got the leading university with us. And we're working closely with all the major airports in Florida, including Orlando International Airport, Tampa International, Lakeland, and those that were shown on the aerial network highway. We've got a lot of airports in Florida, and we want to include all of those in their readiness to help move this industry forward. Some other key partnerships, as you know, we need to also work closely with cities around the state. They've developed a lot of local advanced air mobility plans. We need to coordinate with those closely. And then we're working in conjunction with those nearby airports that'll make those local intercity to airport trips a reality in the near future as well. Florida universities will play a key role in how we move this thing forward. And it'll be a key focus area in our Transportation Research Institute. And we're very excited with some of the announcement that Rodney's going to be able to make today supporting that. So between now and the end of 2026, we have 3 parallel tracks we're running on. We want to build out Sun Tracks, become the top R&D facility to support this industry, help with OEM certification, support integration with technology. The second is EIPP fulfillment, which I mentioned. This is how we're getting the seat at the table at the state of Florida with FAA. And the third is we've got to be ready. We've got to be ready because there is a lot of private equity pushing this industry forward. It is truly an exciting time in transportation right now, and it's time, as the Secretary mentioned, flying cars may be a reality. And the key partners, as you introduced, Chair, come to us today with varying backgrounds and readiness. And so I really flex the muscle we have here today because they can give you a lot of different perspectives of how we can be ready on different fronts, whether it's operator, educator, facility owner, or infrastructure provider. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
You got it. Thank you very much. And members, I'd ask y'all just to make some notes with questions. When we get to the end, we'll ask this panel those. Assistant Secretary, did you have someone you wanted to go next?
As a suggestion, I think if we could go down the line just to talk a little bit about what their background is, what their readiness is, their perspective, a little bit of introduction would probably go a long ways and kind of setting the stage of why these folks are here.
Well, next will be Assistant Vice President Kevin Thompson. You're up, and you can speak from your seat.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee members. Oh, is this better? Okay. Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Kevin Thompson. I serve as the Assistant Vice President for the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, which operates 2 public use airports in Orange County, Florida, Orlando International Airport and Orlando Executive Airport. As a side note, those airports are very different from one another. One is categorized as a large hub airport. In fact, it is the busiest airport in the state of Florida in terms of passenger enplanements. And then Orlando Executive serves as a general aviation reliever or GA reliever airport, catering to
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. I'm Hannah McKenzie. The big story out of Central Florida today, 2 people are dead and 2 police officers injured following an early morning shooting in Gainesville. We're told officers responded to the scene near a lumber yard just before 8 a.m. in reference to shots fired. Now, according to Police Chief Nelson Moya, the armed suspect ambushed his officers, opening fire. Those officers shot back, killing him. They also found someone dead inside the lumber business. Both of the officers who were shot will be okay. Here's what the chief said about it just a short while ago.
I feel a multitude of emotion. Obviously, I'm extremely disturbed when, as I stated earlier, when our people are injured. So I'm sad. I'm also very grateful that their injuries they will recover from fully. So I'm thankful to God that it could have been way worse. I assure you I have reviewed some video, and I assure you that this assailant had clear intent. And we were not only lucky, but trained, and that our response to that was met with success.
Now, we do have plenty more coming up on Florida Live for you this afternoon. Right now, we are standing by to hear from President Donald Trump. The president expected to sign off on some new legislation in the Oval Office amid turbulent times globally and here in the U.S. And we're checking in with Tampa, where officials are warning against an innocent childhood activity at the beach: digging in the sand. This after another teen has tragically died in a tunnel collapse. Closer to home, Central Florida gearing up for the world's largest hip-hop festival. Rolling Loud is stopping by Orlando for the first time, and we're speaking to the organizer about all the details. Plus, all eyes on the skies. Crew-11 is starting their voyage home today much earlier than expected. They're undocking from the space station due to one of the crew suffering a medical issue, and that is where we start. In just a few hours, Crew-11 will undock from the space station and head home. They're scheduled to splash down off the California coast early tomorrow morning. Now, this is the first time in NASA's history they've actually had to pull a crew home early due to medical reasons. Fox 35's Esther Bauer joins us live now. So, Esther, NASA's still pretty tight-lipped about all of the details surrounding this medical incident. All righty, we are having trouble with Esther's live shot there. We will try to get her back in just a little bit. We're going to head to break while we sort all of this out. We've got a look at the ISS right now as that crew begins to undock from the space station. We'll be right back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us. We do have Esther Bauer back now. She's here to talk about Crew-11. They are undocking from the International Space Station for the first time in NASA's history due to a medical issue. Esther, NASA hasn't really released much information due to privacy concerns, but we are all waiting with bated breath to find out more.
Yeah, Hannah, we're probably not going to learn much more. Hopefully we will, though, when they successfully do come back to Earth and dock around Thursday morning, just before 4 in the morning. But I mean, in 25 years, Hannah, they've never had to leave the ISS early because of a medical situation, a medical crisis. And unfortunately for this crew, Crew-11, something happened on board the station that got the doctors to perk up and say, hey, I really think we need to get this crew back home early. Again, this is a team of 4. We have no idea what the situation was. We don't even know what astronaut went through the situation. But good news is NASA says they are stable. This all started actually last week. There was a planned spacewalk where they were going to go out, make some upgrades, updates to space station. We got word the day before that they were canceling that spacewalk, and then information started coming out. It wasn't because there was any technical problems. It wasn't because science was having issues on board. It was because an astronaut experienced something leading up to that spacewalk that said, okay, we can't do the spacewalk, and now we have to talk about bringing this crew home early. So all of these missions start right here where I am at KSC, and they usually last about 6 months. This mission is ending about 1 month early. So February is when this crew was supposed to be joining us back here on the ground. They're coming back, like we said, starting today. We're going to see that hatch close. We're going to see this capsule undock from the ISS. So it wasn't ended that much sooner, but we did hear from the new NASA admin last week who says if this specific situation would have happened a month into the mission, they likely would have brought the team back then. They're saying this was kind of a good luck situation that they were able to get through 5 months of the mission, complete all of their science goals, really do a lot of work on station except for the spacewalk, and then to have this happen. But it was frightening enough for the team that monitors the astronauts. They want to get them home, and they want to check on this astronaut to see what stressor in space caused this to happen. It's important to note these astronauts are in tip-top medical shape, and they are tested quite a bit before they ever leave Earth. NASA wants to make sure that they are sending up people that can withstand all the stress on their bodies. So we have no idea if there was something missed within the testing that was done, or if this happened because of the different stressors in space that they feel, and it just affected their body in a way that NASA was not prepped for. So we might not know whatever happened to this astronaut, but we do know for the first time ever in 25 years since we've had humans on the International Space Station, we are bringing a crew home early. What we are tracking for you next is NASA is going to be starting a live feed at 3 p.m., and that's going to be the astronauts just getting prepped, getting ready, getting into that capsule. 5:05 is the time we are being told. We're going to see that hatch come down, the capsule pop off, and, start its journey back down to Earth. It takes quite a bit of time to go from the station down to Earth. They will not be landing in Florida. They're landing off the California coast, and that is sometime between 3:30, 4 in the morning on Thursday, and we are expecting NASA to brief us following that around 5:45, 6. We're going to hear from the NASA team following. It is always common when these crews come back down from station, they're taken to be evaluated by NASA's medical team, by doctors. So we're absolutely going to see that happen here, but at least one astronaut is going to be looked at a little more closely following what happened to them at the station. So we'll be out here live tracking what's next and wishing this crew the best as they all start coming up.
Esther, as you know, NASA's got some big ticket items up there in space. I know NASA's administrator saying they have basically an operating room up there, just not to the extent that they would want, here on Earth. And that's why they made that call to end things earlier. I do want to say, though, Esther, so they did say since this crew's coming home early, that'll leave the ISS kind of understaffed. So Crew-12 might actually be pushing their mission up even sooner, right?
Absolutely. You mentioned it's a skeleton crew. We have 2 Roscosmonauts, so astronauts from Russia, and 1 NASA astronaut. 3 people manning this floating lab that is the size of 2 football fields. So they are working around the clock, just trying to make sure station can, all the stuff can stay working as it needs to. So definitely a skeleton crew, and absolutely NASA is looking at every opportunity. Can we get Crew-12 up sooner to help relieve some of the stress for those 3 people that are still up there? But they're also working on the Artemis mission, which is also coming up. So massive, big ticket items, like you said. And really, it's a race. It's a race to get everything done. It's a race to get this crew home. They're racing to get Crew-12 up. They want to go to the moon. So busy, busy times here on the Space Coast.
That's the name of the game, the space race. Esther, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So those astronauts expected to splash down off the coast of California between 3:30 and 4 a.m. tomorrow. It's not far from now, Laurel, but obviously the weather comes into play as well with all of this.
Yes, it does. And luckily, things off the California coastline are looking good. But here in Florida, it's going to be cold, and that is our main story. So this Friday, we are calling for a storm team alert with freezing temperatures mainly tracking north of the I-4 corridor. But this is really going to be some of the coldest air that we've seen in quite a while. This is the coldest air that we've seen in 4 years. The last time we've seen temperatures this chilly here in Orlando was actually back on Christmas week back in 2022. We hit a low of 30 degrees, so just under freezing, and we're going to be very close to that as we take a look at your Friday mornings. Kind of just break down a couple of things to expect. Freezing temperatures in areas I-4 and northward. So we're talking areas across Seminole County, Volusia County, Flagler County, Marion, Lake, Sumter, and even up into Dixie, Gilchrist, as well as Levy counties. Those areas are really going to be chilly. That's just factoring in the temperatures. When we factor in the wind as well, we're looking at temperatures between 24 and 32 degree feels like temperatures as you're heading out on the road Friday morning. So heads up, you will definitely need to allow your car to warm up for sure, and also dress warm too. This is the coldest air that we've seen in quite a while. And right now, the National Weather Service is extending those freeze watches, and most of these counties are going to be under freeze warnings as soon as tonight. So just make sure you are staying aware of your area and where we're going to be seeing the coldest temperatures, which we are going to be breaking down right now. So taking a look, here are your daybreak temperatures, taking a look on Friday. After we see a little bit of rain move through later on tonight into tomorrow, the cold air is going to flood on in, and Friday is when we're going to be expecting the coolest temperatures. 27 degrees, that's what it's going to clock in as temperature-wise as we take a look up in Gainesville, Ocala, the Villages, Leesburg, 29 degrees in DeLand, and lingering at 31 degrees on Palm Coast and Daytona Beach. Areas south of I-4 going to be just riding the line of freezing, but now let's add in that wind chill. It is going to be very breezy taking a look at your Friday morning, and that's what's going to make those already frigid temperatures feel even colder. It's going to be feeling like 27 in Gainesville, 27 on Daytona Beach, and feeling like 28 degrees here in Orlando. It's going to be cold, so now let's just break it down county by county so you can figure out when it's going to be the coldest in your neck of the woods. Taking a look, let's start off with Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Alachua counties up in Gainesville, Alachua area. Here's what it's going to be like for you. Friday morning is the coldest. Really, we're going to see the coolest temperatures from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. Temperature is going to be throughout the upper 20s, but wind chills are going to make temperatures feel like the low 20s. So it is really going to be chilly. Let's move along to areas across Marion, Lake, and Sumter counties. Going to be seeing the coldest air on Friday morning between 2 and 8 a.m. and temperatures again going to be in the upper 20s, feeling like the low 20s with that wind chill. Also taking a look, let's take a look at Flagler, Volusia, and Seminole counties. Friday morning going to also see those times a little bit on the lower side. The freezing temperatures aren't going to be lasting as long, most likely about 4 hours from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. in those counties right there. But before the cold even sets in, we're going to be seeing a little bit of rain. Take a look. We're going to slowly start to see some very scattered showers move in across the area. That's what's going to bring in some very scattered showers as we head through the overnight tonight and into your Thursday morning. And then the cold sets in. But we're kind of having that 1-2 punch when it comes to those cold fronts. We're going to be seeing this cold front. This is what's going to bring in the frigid air on Friday. We see those scattered showers continuing to get pulled across the peninsula. And this could bring in a good amount of rain for us. Cold sets in, and then we're going to be seeing another round of that cooler air get pushed in as we take a look at the back half of the weekend. Not as much rain associated with this front right here, but that cooler air is going to be pushing in once again in some areas, especially in the southeast. May have a shot of seeing snow. We already have that reinforced cold air up in the northeast right now, and with that cooler air coming in behind it, we could be seeing a little bit of mixing, so possibly some snow in areas across Georgia, but it's still very unsure with this forecast right now. We get another shot of that cooler air to start off the work week, and we are just going to continue to ride this weather roller coaster as we take a look at the next couple of weeks. So taking a look really to figure out where we're seeing the possibility of some frost, especially Friday morning, is going to be areas up by Zephyr Hills, all the way up to Ocala, Gainesville, Jacksonville, even over to Daytona Beach, right along the I-95 corridor. We could be seeing the possibility of frost. So if you are in areas, especially along I-75, Gainesville down to Ocala, you're probably going to be seeing a little bit of frost early Friday morning. Just make sure you're being extra careful if you are planning on hitting the roads. Taking a look at your 7-day forecast, though, it is definitely going to be a weather roller coaster. We see those temperatures in the upper 50s. Taking a look at your Friday, and those are highs. We rebound a little bit, taking a look at Saturday, seeing those temperatures in the 70s, and then we dip back down into the upper 50s, taking a look at the start of the work week. So we are just going to be quite literally on that roller coaster at least through the end of January. Hannah?
Well, frost is a word we don't often hear in Florida. Thanks, Laurel. Time now for our Tampa connection. Fox 13 Tampa senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. Nancy, making headlines out of Tampa today. Very sad story. A second teen has died from a sand tunnel collapse. This in Citrus County. Tell us about this.
Yeah, this happened at Sportsman's Park on Sunday. Two 14-year-old boys, they've been identified as George Watts as well as Derek Hubbard. We're told that they had gone to this park and they were digging some sort of a hole. Their family said that they had actually been playing at this park and digging this hole for about 2 weeks now. And when the boys, they did not come home for lunch that Sunday afternoon and they weren't answering their cell phones, their families became very concerned and they went to the park to look for them. They did not see the boys, but they did see a sort of a sand pile, if you will. They knew the boys had been working on this hole, so they called 911 and they started digging. Now, first responders, they said that these boys were found about 4 to 5 feet within this hole, and when they were able to reach the boys, we're told that Derek Hubbard, when he was found, he was unresponsive and he did not have a pulse. First responders, they began CPR immediately, and he was taken to HCA Citrus Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. Now, when they found the second boy, 14-year-old George Watts, they said that he did have a pulse. However, he was not conscious and he was not breathing. He was actually flown up to Shands Hospital in Gainesville, and we were told yesterday afternoon around 4:25 he did pass away. And we were also told that his family wants to donate George's organs. They are hoping that he will be able to help save some other lives. And so at some point today, the team at Shands Hospital, they're going to do what's called an honor walk for George. That's when the hospital staff, they line the hallways as the organ donor is wheeled into the operating room. It's just a final tribute and a way to say goodbye, and also, you know, for those recipients of his organs, a way to say thank you and just honor him and honor his memory. But again, this is a very, very sad story coming out of Citrus County. Right now, we're not sure how long these two 14-year-old boys, they were inside of this hole. But again, a lot of people in the community, they are all rallying around these two families. They're saying these boys were doing what typical 14-year-old boy, what middle school boys do. They were outside, they were playing, they were digging this hole, and a lot of them were saying we always tell children, especially teenagers, you know, get outside, get off the phone, get off the screen, and that's exactly what they were doing when this tragedy occurred. Hannah.
Absolutely heartbreaking story there, Nancy. Second story, you guys have a woman going to trial in her sister's murder. So she was actually accused of killing her sister and then burying her sister's body in their backyard. Am I getting that correct?
Yes, you are correct. This is all about Deborah Patton. She is the suspect, and this actually occurred back in May of 2021, and the reason it's taken nearly 5 years for her to stand trial is due to court delays, but also because Deborah spent about 2 years in a mental health facility, and at one point she was actually deemed incompetent to stand trial. Now, let's go back to May of 2021. Deborah Patton, she was actually living with her sister, Karen Pice, at her sister's home in Carrollwood, and we are told by Deborah Patton's sister's friends that the two women started having a lot of tension. They said the tension was actually visible, and they started noticing that Deborah really wouldn't interact with them. They said a lot of the times she would just walk by the group of women with her dog and completely ignore them. They said a lot of times she was completely cold. They described her as very icy, and they said that around the time that Karen Pice disappeared, they stopped hearing from her, which was extremely unusual. And so when they stopped receiving messages from Karen, they went over to her house and started asking her sister, you know, what's going on, what's happening with Karen, and her sister would simply just dismiss them and ignore them. And they said that the friends, again, as I mentioned, they went multiple times to this home. And one of these friends actually testified that she asked Deborah Patton if their friend Karen, who's Patton's sister, was in a pile of dirt, was in a hole that was visible in this backyard in Carrollwood. And she says that Patton simply told her that she didn't know what she was talking about. So again, keep in mind, these friends, they had not heard from Karen Pice. They became concerned. A missing persons report was filed. And while deputies were searching for Karen, they discovered that another Hillsborough County deputy actually lived across the street from these women and had a camera on his house that faced Karen Pice's property, faced the front of her property. And in this video, we heard testimony yesterday that you can see Karen Pice walking inside the house, but you never see her coming out of that house again. However, later that night, there is video of Deborah Patton walking out of the house with a trash bag, and she is seen throwing that bag of trash into the trash can. Now, her defense team argues that there is no link between Karen Pice's murder and Deborah Patton. They said there's no proof that she killed her sister. And Patton's attorney, they're actually arguing that this pile of dirt where Pice's body was eventually found, they're saying that she was often seen gardening and liked to spend a lot of time in that yard. And again, they're saying that there is no proof that Deborah Patton killed her sister and buried her in that backyard. Now, we are told that just moments ago, closing arguments began in this trial, so it is expected to go to the jury soon, and we should have a verdict. You know, sometimes these trials, the juries make a decision very quickly, but then other times it can take several days for the jury to make a decision. But again, closing arguments have begun in the trial of Deborah Patton. She is accused of killing her sister and burying her in the backyard of their Carrollwood home back in May of 2021.
Nancy, we'll have to see how that one plays out in the courtroom. Like you said, it could be a few minutes, it could be a few days for that jury to deliberate, but I'm sure all of those friends are looking for closure. All right, Nancy, our third story, and we're on a lighter note here. Finally, a big country star bringing the thunder to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Nancy, we're talking about Tim McGraw here.
Yes, Tim McGraw, it was announced that Tim McGraw will perform when the Lightning plays in their outdoor game at Raymond James Stadium on February 1st. Now, you don't often think of ice hockey and Florida going together, but this will be the second ice hockey game played in Florida this year. The first one is happening down in Miami, and the Miami game is actually the furthest south that the NHL will be playing an outdoor game. To have the Tampa Bay Lightning actually play at Raymond James Stadium. As we know, that is the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They actually checked out our Winter Village. That happens down at Curtis Hickson Park every year in December. And the reason they went down there to check it out is because there is an ice rink. They wanted to know what will it take to create this ice rink here in Tampa. Again, this game is being played on February 1st when the average temperature is about 71 degrees. in Tampa on February 1st. But we all know sometimes the temperature can reach 80, 85 degrees, just depending on what's going on. So they definitely had to do a lot of research with how they are going to keep this ice cold over at Raymond James Stadium, because not only do they have to worry about the temperature, Hannah, they have to worry about the humidity. We're told that when there is a lot of humidity, that can cause frost to form on the ice, and that will cause the skaters to slow down. So in order to combat this, the Crew, we're told, is going to keep this rink over at Raymond James Stadium covered with insulated blankets for as long as they can, and they're also going to put up a tent over it. Now, the trick here with this tent is that this tent takes about 6 hours to dismantle, and then once that tent is down, the salty air will definitely keep crews on their toes. They are going to try to maintain this ice with mobile refrigeration units that are going to be pumping glycol through aluminum paths underneath the ice rink to hopefully keep it cold and also try to keep that frost from forming on the ice due to our humidity. Now, again, the weather here in Tampa, as in Orlando, is very unpredictable. So we are told that if the weather is just stormy, if it's pouring rain, thunderstorms, they will put it on a rain delay. But if the weather is just too bad, they do have a backup date in mind when they will try to have the Tampa Bay Lightning play outside at Raymond James Stadium.
Talk about a huge undertaking. Nancy, I can't even imagine the manpower. We saw some of the video of them kind of toying with things there, and that's just very impressive, to say the least. I know Tim McGraw will keep warm, though, with his cowboy hat.
Yes, Tim McGraw will definitely keep warm. Yes.
Yeah, our last story, Nancy, Tampa Bay also bringing in some more star power for children's Gasparilla. And if you're a big fan of binging the latest series, you probably are familiar with these Grand Marshals, right?
Yes, the Grand Marshals are Madison Maria and Tyler White. They are some of the stars of Netflix's Love on the Spectrum, and they are both Bay Area natives. They have been chosen to be the Grand Marshals for the Children's Gasparilla Parade. They will lead the Parade of Pirates and their Merry Revelers down Bayshore Boulevard. Of course, that parade is happening on January 24th. And the officials for Children's Gasparilla, they said that Madison and Tyler, they are the perfect pair to be the Grand Marshals because they spread joy, they celebrate neurodiversity, and they are also inspiring families with their stories. So they said that this pair is perfect to be leading the Gasparilla Children's Pirate Parade.
Nancy, I'm a big fan of them. They always had, big smiles on their faces throughout their season, so that is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, it'll definitely be fun to watch. We're definitely proud of them. And again, they are from the Tampa area. So it's always good to see Tampa natives a part of the Children's Gasparilla Parade and Gasparilla, which has been a part of the Tampa community for over 120 years now.
Local folks doing big things. We love to see it. Nancy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All righty, Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Florida Live. I'm Hannah McKenzie. Thanks for joining us on Fox 35, Fox Local, and YouTube. Well, this afternoon, things got heated during a budget meeting. It started with Kevin Guthrie, Executive Director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, putting in his budget request. But after that, State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith had some questions about Alligator Alcatraz and how much money is actually being spent on the detainment facility. Here's how it played out.
Last year when I came and spoke with you, our ROI in this area for this $3.3 million in operations and maintenance was 1,910% return on investment. We have done an additional $1.5 billion, and we have an additional $2.2 billion in the hopper. So I assume that our return on investment is well over 2,000% now. And then last, our statewide emergency alert notification system at $3 million. This is directly related to bringing down national flood insurance policy premiums. A failure to invest in that $3 million would cause homeowners' insurance policies for national flood insurance protection to go up by a minimum of $50 million. And that's my presentation, sir, without notes.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Very fast.
Senator Smith.
Thank you. I'll cut straight to the chase, Director Guthrie. How many individuals are currently being detained at Alligator Alcatraz, and what is the collective total of how many individuals have been detained there since the site was opened?
Because of this morning's briefings and things here with the budget, I did not attend the briefing this morning. I will tell you that yesterday's number at the South Florida detention facility was about 1,500.
And the cumulative total since the site was created by the state?
I'll have to get back with you on that number. It's in the hundred. I'll say generically, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
I asked for a number actually of individuals, not dollar amounts. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that.
So the sum total number of detainees that have been brought there and detained there since the facility opened in July.
Sure.
You're recognized.
I'm going to give you the number that is combined, Baker County and that number, because I do not know them right off the top of my head, but myself and the governor did a press conference about a week and a half ago, and that number was at 20,000. So that's a publicly available, or I say a publicly available number. That's the number that he and I used about, give or take, 10 days ago. We average getting from ICE anywhere from 15 to 150 a day that come in. Probably about the same amount goes out. So again, this is designed to be a temporary detention facility while the Department of Homeland Security moves them to their final points of destination.
And can you follow up with our Senate office, please, just to help us understand specifically at the Everglades detention camp, how many people have been detained there since the site opened in July, specifically at that location?
We can certainly follow up. I'm going to guesstimate that it's probably around 14 to 15,000 of that 20,000 number.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting there. Okay, moving on, a Lake County woman will spend the rest of her life in prison for torturing her 10-year-old son to death. Kimberly Mills pled no contest to first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse in the death of her son, Xavier. Here's some of what happened inside the courtroom today.
And you signed your full signature to page 4 and dated the plea agreement, is that correct? Do you have any questions whatsoever about the terms and conditions contained within the plea agreement? Are you satisfied with the services of your lawyer? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time? Okay. You're entering a plea of no contest to 5 counts. Count 1, principal to murder in the first degree, felony murder punishable by a maximum of death or life in the Department of Corrections, and a maximum fine of $15,000. Count 2 and count 4 are identical, principal to aggravated child abuse, aggravated battery, first-degree felony. They are both first-degree felonies, each punishable by up to 30 years in state prison and or a $10,000 fine. Counts 3 and 5 are identical, principal to aggravated child abuse, malicious punishment, first-degree felony, each punishable by up to 30 years in state prison and or a $10,000 fine. Is that your understanding? Okay. By entering a plea of no contest, you waive your right to a trial by a jury of your peers. You waive your right to testify or remain silent at that trial. You waive your right to appeal except by appropriate collateral attack. You waive your right to call witnesses and cross-examine witnesses at that trial. You waive your right to have the state prove the truth of the charges beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt before you can be found guilty. Do you understand the rights that you're waiving here today? Yes. Okay, if you're not a U.S. citizen, your plea may subject you to deportation. Again, are the parties aware of any DNA which would serve to exonerate Ms. Mills?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Do the parties stipulate and agree to a factual basis in the present case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Having heard everything, Ms. Mills,
Your Honor,
yes,
real
sir.
quick before you pronounce sentence, can I just inquire while she's under oath?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mills, prior to this plea, you gave a recorded statement about the events that led to your son's death. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what we refer to as the proffer that's in the plea agreement. During, prior to that proffer being done, everything was recorded, there was a court reporter there, and you were sworn to tell the truth during that proffer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, as we sit here today, the plea agreement says we were relying on the truthfulness of that proffer as part of this plea agreement. But I'm going to ask you here again, even though you were sworn at the time of the proffer, just want to reiterate that when you gave that statement, you were truthful at that time.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And we were present for that proffer during defense counsel, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Having heard everything, do you wish to continue with your plea of no contest?
Yes,
Madam Clerk has indicated that there are unfiled counts 6 and 7. Is the state announcing no info as to those?
What were those counts?
6 was child neglect, 7 was tampering with evidence.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. State announces no information as to counts 6 and 7, which were unfiled. All right. Again, you've entered a plea of no contest as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. At this time, do you wish to continue with that plea of no contest?
Yes.
Are you doing so knowingly, freely, and voluntarily? Is anyone forcing you or coercing you to enter that plea of no contest? Court accepts your plea of no contest in case number 25 CF 451 as being entered knowingly, freely, and voluntarily as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, you're hereby adjudicated guilty. As to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're hereby required to provide truthful testimony during deposition, court hearings, or trial concerning your co-defendant, Andre Walker. As to count 1, you are hereby sentenced to life in the Department of Corrections. As to counts 2, 3, and 4, you're hereby sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections. All counts are to run concurrent, one with the other. As to count 1, a $500 fine will be imposed, plus any additional court costs and applicable surcharges. $150 to the state attorney's office for the cost of prosecution will be assessed, and $100 cost of defense will be assessed as well. Prints and DNA will be taken today. Is there anything further from the state or the defense?
Not from us, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. You also need to announce on count 5, Judge.
Yes, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're hereby adjudicated guilty and sentenced to, as to counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, 30 years in the Department of Corrections. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. So all counts are to run concurrent, one with the other. Anything further?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing further, then we'll adjourn. Thank you and have a good day.
That was the judge reading multiple counts there for Kimberly Mills, accused and convicted of killing her 10-year-old son, Xavier. She will now be facing life in prison, sentenced to that today. Thanks for watching Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Florida Live. I'm Hannah McKenzie. Rolling Loud, the world's largest hip hop festival, is coming to Orlando. The 3-day festival kicks off at Camping World Stadium May 8th through the 10th. And joining us live right now is Rolling Loud co-founder Tarek Sharif. Used to be in LA, used to be in Miami. First time we're seeing it here in Orlando. Tarek, tell us about it. Why the move?
You know, we're a Florida-based company. We started booking shows before Rolling Loud all over the state of Florida. We've done a lot of shows in Orlando, not festivals, but a lot of hip-hop shows in Orlando. I mean, as far back as when Vanguard was called Firestone Live, for anybody that remembers that. But yeah, we wanted to get back to the month of May. We used to do our Miami show in May. We got displaced from May with F1. July is when we started doing it after that. July in Miami, anybody from Florida knows, way too hot. So it was important for us to get back to May. So Orlando emerged as the best option for us to do that. But also Orlando is a great city for entertainment. Most hotel rooms in any city in America, maybe even the world, I'm not sure, but affordable hotel rooms, affordable flights. We are a destination festival. We're going to bring in a lot of people from out of town. And Orlando is just a great place to host something like that.
So we know Orlando is the best. Now you know Orlando is the best. Think about how many people do you anticipate actually making the trip here? And I know people come from all over, even across the pond, to come to festivals like this one.
Yeah, well, I expect about 65,000 or 70,000 people per day.
Wow.
So yeah, expect a lot of people. And yeah, I love Orlando. I lived in Orlando for 5 years. Got nothing but love for Orlando.
Okay, good to hear. Glad to hear that. All right, so let's get to the big story here. I don't want to bury the lead here. You guys just released the lineup. That's what everyone wants to know. Who is coming to the City Beautiful?
So that we've got the best and most critically acclaimed hip hop artists of 2026. So we've got Playboi Carti, NBA Youngboy, and Don Toliver. Those are our 3 headliners. All of them have sold out arena tours. So it's a very big deal for them to be coming to headline in Orlando. And then beneath them, we've got about 80 rappers from all over the country, all over the world, coming to strut their stuff and show Orlando what they're made of.
Okay, so I know we've got the headliners. Obviously, that's a big deal. But like you mentioned, there are those young rappers, up-and-coming hip-hop sensations. Previously, you guys have had Wiz Khalifa, The Weeknd, A$AP Rocky. Talk to me about what it means for those young guns, those ones who are just beginning their career. How important is something like this, for them?
It's super important. We are hip-hop's main stage, and we are the home for hip-hop. So if you're getting your career off the ground, there's no better place to do it than Rolling Loud this year, Orlando, May 8th through 10th.
All right, so Rolling Loud making its appearance for the first time in Orlando, but this is also the only stop in the country you guys have. So this is a global tour. Where else are you heading?
We just got back from India. We'll be in Australia in March, looking to take it back to Europe this summer. We have some pending situations in some other countries, which I can't speak of right now. Or basically, we're taking it all over the world. But for the United States, we decided this year to just do one show to make it extra special. And that show is in Orlando. We're very excited. And it's going to be amazing.
Okay, so this is a 3-day festival. If folks can only hit one day, which peak day? You don't have to give up too many secrets here, but which one would you say you got to go that day? You can't miss.
Well, first I have to say that's if we sell single-day passes, because tickets are flying right now. If we sell out of the 3-day passes, that's that. But if we get to a point that we need to sell single-day passes, hard for me to choose. I'd go with Saturday.
Okay, so Saturday's peak day in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, so speaking of the tickets, though, how much do they cost? Right now, you said they're only available for the 3 days, so the entire festival. And where can people get a hold of them?
They're $279 for general admission on rollingloud.com. We sold out of the pre-sale ones at $249, so it's $279 now. We also have general admission plus, and we've got VIP. Those are also available for incrementally more money. But yeah, head on over to rollingloud.com and grab them before they're gone.
Grab them before they're gone. And I do want to mention, Tarek, you said also May was the perfect time because that's just before it starts getting like way too sweltering to do outdoor festivals here in Orlando.
Absolutely. And also is important for us, it's final, like UCF or any of the Florida colleges will have just wrapped up their finals. So college kids can come into town and enjoy the show.
Celebrate the end of the semester. What better way? Tariq Sharif, co-founder for Rolling Loud. That's happening May 8th through the 10th. You heard it. Tickets are on sale right now. Tariq, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Appreciate it. Well, the Jacksonville Jaguars changed their entire leadership structure, but we're getting to that in just a bit. We'll be back in no time at all. Stay with us. Major changes for the Jags. Jacksonville has switched up their entire leadership structure and brought QB Trevor Lawrence back to the NFL playoffs. But that trip ended in a wild card loss to the Buffalo Bills. Earlier today, Jags GM James Gladstone and head coach Liam Cohen spoke with reporters on their off-season plans in Duval. Take a listen.
The idea of the rookie contributions, it's a fun one to talk through. And obviously, as we think back to sort of our priorities heading into the draft and really where we wanted to place our points of emphasis, it's certainly a clear sign when you wrap up a season and have double-digit rookies take either an offense or defensive snap throughout the course of a season that you can feel good about sort of the experience heading into year two. Beyond that, obviously, injuries are something that take place over the course of a natural season, right? And for it to happen to a few of our rookies over the course of this first year is on a level disappointing. Would have loved to see more. And obviously with Travis having gotten to a place midseason where you felt like he was starting to peak and really make a real dent, and the plan for post-bye was to continue to enhance that. Tough not to be able to see that come to life down the backstretch. With Caleb, obviously the fact that he never got a chance to even step on the grass for a regular season game was not ideal, but both of those guys are attacking their rehab process in the way that you would expect, and really looking forward to what their future holds for us and really their place on the football team into 2026 and beyond. Obviously with Wyatt, having experienced an injury in preseason game 3 that impacted the first half of his season. And by the end of it, being able to see levels of his game take steps was really a positive sign. And, beyond that, obviously got some contributions from day 3 players, which is always a helpful piece to the puzzle. And, in particular with Jalen McLeod, not unlike Caleb, not getting a chance to step on the grass was not ideal, but nonetheless getting experience and taking steps throughout his recovery process in a way that makes you feel optimistic about what the future holds for him. And then beyond just the draft selections themselves, to get contributions from undrafted college free agents like we did in 2 defensive ends was certainly cause for optimism, especially knowing that that was not just through special teams, but also on the defensive side of the ball. It's not easy to find people at that position in particular in undrafted college free agency, so to walk away with 2, got to give a lot of credit to our coaching staff and our scouting staff who worked through the undrafted college free agent committee process to identify those players and be able to walk away with signing them. And, that's a collaborative effort that brings that to life, and obviously our coaches and support staff to be able to get those guys in a place to be able to play, and those 2 individually to be able to prepare in the right ways as rookies by end of season to really have real roles. And obviously beyond that, a couple different guys who started on a practice squad and were either elevated at different points or ultimately brought to the 53-man roster through undrafted college free agency is a really good sign for the future and really our process as a whole. But obviously when it involves a few different players with injuries, it's something that has to be thought through a little bit differently. But nonetheless, at this point, there's plenty of room for optimism.
Hey, James, you guys were 7th in quarterback pressures as a pass rush, but 27th at sacks. What kind of offseason priority is it to get that cranked up, and particularly in a playoff game like on Sunday?
And that's a cool question because sacks in particular are never a true indicator. Pressures are probably a better indicator of whether or not you're impacting the QB. I think the way in which our scheme will evolve will have a role in how we address it from a personnel standpoint. But clearly, I think we saw by season's end that there was an uptick. What may have not necessarily been a superpower of our defense on the front end of the season became more impactful by season's end. And I think we saw evolution of usage, and I do expect that our scheme itself will evolve and not necessarily be the exact same. But there's going to be some preliminary discussions that take place over the course of the latter weeks in January. Our coaching staff won't return until mid-February, at which point we'll dive into that stuff in greater detail.
Back to Hunter for both of you guys. How is his rehab doing, and what is the plan for him moving forward?
Yeah, I think very fair to say that his rehab process is going as expected, and he's hitting it hard. And obviously the joy that he brings to just the everyday operation is still something that permeates throughout the space that he enters. And beyond that, and the role that he'll play, we still expect him to play on both sides of the ball. Obviously, you can take a peek at expiring contracts on our roster and which side of the ball has more. Obviously, at this point, walking into the offseason, corner is a position that we have a few guys who are on expiring contracts. So by default, you can expect there to be a higher emphasis on his placement. I think from Liam's perspective, he can share it, but the steps that he was taking by the midpoint of the season really made us feel good about what the back half of the year was going to be on both sides of the ball and what that impact was going to look like, being a feature point on offense and an impact player on defense. It was just disappointing timing, but nonetheless feel good about where we are heading into this offseason and what next year should hold.
Hey, Liam, you said before you tried not to put like a number in mind for the team. You won 13 wins this season. Was there a moment early in the season, training camp or something, where you start kind of looking and saying, I kind of like this group, you got a chance to maybe do something?
Yeah, I think you can point to a number of different times throughout training camp that you felt like the team was responding to the message. They were responding to challenges. They were practicing their asses off. Every day that we kind of went out on the grass and competed, these guys continued to elevate and set new standards. And so you feel good about the way that they're responding. And, you kind of always look to, when is the drop-off going to happen throughout training camp and early in the season? And you didn't really sense that. You didn't feel that too often. And so you feel like you've got a group that is at least on the right path. And what that equals and what that comes out to be from a win-loss standpoint, you never know. But you're excited. You're excited about working with the group and how they're going to continue to respond and play on Sundays. And so you did feel it at an early part of the season in terms of, all right, we're not afraid to go compete with the best. We're going to go play any place, anytime, anywhere, and see what those results are. So I was proud about the group early on, and you just kind of see what it looks like throughout the midway through the season and keep evaluating.
Liam, do you look at Travis going into next year as wide receiver one or number one wide receiver?
Already looking ahead to next season. We love to hear it. Strong things coming. Well, that does it for us this afternoon. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Florida Live. We have plenty more news still ahead coming up at 5, 6, 8, 10, and 11. We'll see you guys then, and I'll see you next time.
Crew-11 crew, briefly a view of feeling in good shape as they reported earlier today. We're feeling in good shape as they reported earlier today, working for the Crew-11 crew departure time 7-day mesh. They prepared to splash down off the coast of California in the wee hours down off the coast of California. They're looking inside the International Space Station. We're looking inside the International Space Station. A variety of crew members stowage are working inside to drag in the final stowage items inside the dragon. Inside the International Space Station, a variety of crew members
the current running document time schedule Endeavor, the current undocking time crew member Endeavor to begin dragging commanders for Department of NASA members.
The crew has been running a few minutes behind schedule.
Mission specialist pilot Mike Fink of the Endeavor, mission specialist operations Kimmy Yui of Aerospace
Department of NASA,
and mission
the
specialist
pilot Mike Fink of NASA, mission specialist number 1 who is Kimmy Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oliver Platonov, who is mission specialist number 2. The undocking time of 4:05 p.m. Central Time, 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time is likely to be pushed back by a few minutes. We do have a 1-hour undocking window available for the crew today to meet
10.5 hours. If you recall back,
splashdown target off the coast of California. The phasing or the time frame between undocking and splashdown is expected to be about 10.5 hours for the Crew-11 crew. If you recall, back on January 7th, NASA announced it was postponing a planned spacewalk originally scheduled for January 8th, while the team monitored a medical concern with a crew member currently working on board the International Space Station. That crew member at that time and in subsequent days has been and currently is in stable condition. NASA announced the following day its decision to return Crew-11 back to Earth from the International Space Station earlier than originally planned in order to properly monitor the crew member's health on the ground. If you have been following along with us, back on Monday, there was a change of command ceremony that was planned all along right before Crew-11 had intended to depart the International Space Station, where Mike Fink, the station commander, handed over the keys to the complex to Russian cosmonaut Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, who is the current space station commander and will remain the space station commander until the time frame just before he departs, along with his Soyuz crewmates, Chris Williams of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Mikheyev. That is expected to occur in the midsummer time frame. So the current undocking time is not known specifically right now. We had expected it to be 4:05 p.m. Central Time, 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be pushed back, we expect, by a few minutes, but we do expect to be able to undock within the current window. Again, the crew running a few minutes behind schedule based on their late stowage of cargo aboard Dragon, the Endeavour, that this four-member crew launched in back on August 1st, arriving at the International Space Station back on August 2nd. Today's return of the Crew-11 crew will wrap up a 167-day mission aboard while in orbit, 165 days of which aboard the International Space Station. The crew will have completed 2,672 orbits of the Earth in a mission spanning 70.8 million statute miles. For first-time flyers, Zina Cardman and Oleg Platonov, they are completing their first flight into space of 167 days. Mike Fink is wrapping up his fourth flight into space, and at the time of splashdown early Thursday morning, will have totaled 549 days in space, putting him fourth among all NASA astronauts on the list, 20th on the all-time list for most cumulative days of spaceflight. Kimi Aoi, with 167 days in space on this, his second flight, will have logged 309 days in space. The weather off the coast of California, where Endeavour will be splashing down early Thursday morning, is excellent. The team has been monitoring weather conditions over the past several days, and the last weather briefing that was conducted earlier this morning indicated that we expect pristine conditions off the coast of California for the homecoming of the Crew-11 crew. Splashdown is currently scheduled at 2:41 a.m. Central Time, 3:41 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:41 a.m. Pacific Time on Thursday morning. Once again, just to recap, the Crew-11 crew originally had been scheduled to return to Earth in the February 20th time frame. So that return to Earth having been accelerated by about 4 weeks from its original target due to the issue that arose aboard the International Space Station last Wednesday. However, the crew member affected a week ago is in stable condition, has been ever since, and the crew, in fact, reported earlier today that they're all feeling very well and are ready to begin the trip back to Earth, which will span about 10.5 hours to a splashdown off the coast of California and a completion to this mission. That will set the stage for the International Space Station to be occupied by just 3 crew members for a 4-week period, not unprecedented. The commander of the station, Sergei Kud-Sverchkov of Roscosmos, His Russian colleague Sergei Mikheyev and NASA's Chris Williams will carry the load for about a month until the arrival of the Crew-12 crew that is scheduled to launch in February to begin their own 6-month mission aboard the International Outpost and initially re-up the station population from 3 crew members to 7 crew members. Crew 12 consisting of the commander, Jessica Meir of NASA, along with NASA's Jack Hathaway, who will be the Crew 12 pilot, along with Sophie Adano of the European Space Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. This view from Hawthorne, California, and the SpaceX Mission Control Center, working in tandem with the flight control team here in Houston. It is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers on console today here in Houston who are following along with the pre-undocking preparations. Once again, the crew is soon to complete its suit up into their SpaceX launch and entry suits before floating through the hatchway on the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, and behind them they'll close the hatch to Dragon Endeavour and begin final preparations for the undocking. A specific undocking time will be finalized once we actually close the hatch to Endeavour a short time from now. Once again, we're running a few minutes behind schedule, but we do expect to be able to undock well within the 1-hour window that's available for Dragon's departure today. And again, the burn plan for all of the departure burns and the rendezvous profile for the phasing to bring Endeavour home for a splashdown off the coast of California will be refined and amended to give us the proper splashdown time that has been set of 2:41 a.m. Central Time, 12:41 a.m. Pacific Time, early Thursday morning. Endeavour is in good shape. All of its systems are ready to support the undocking.
We copy. Thank you.
Here in Mission Control in Houston, in the bow tie, that is Flight Director Ronak Dave. He is the lead flight director associated with the Crew-11 mission. At the top of your screen is spacecraft communicator Matt Dunn, D-U-N-N-E, for those who will be spelling that out for print purposes. Matt Dunn will be the communicator talking to the Crew-11 crew through undocking and through its exit from the approach ellipsoid that will be coming up a bit later this afternoon. Inside Dragon, some of the crew members already beginning to strap into their seats. We do expect to have views inside Dragon here shortly. But again, the crew is still in the process of completing the stowage of a few cargo items to be brought back to Earth aboard Dragon. Over the past week, the NASA team, the SpaceX team, the international partners have all worked in close concert with one another to facilitate this earlier than planned departure of Crew-11 from the International Space Station. That earlier departure done out of an abundance of caution following the issue that occurred 1 week ago in which teams monitored a medical concern with one of the crew members living and working aboard the international outpost. That crew member was and continues to be in stable condition. And again, I will reiterate that earlier today, the crew reported that it was feeling great and ready to come home for a splashdown in the early morning hours on Thursday off the coast of California. This is Mission Control Houston. We do expect to receive interior views in the Dragon Endeavour here momentarily. You're looking at a view of NASA's Chris Williams aboard the International Space Station.
Checking. Hey, and Chris, you can temp stow those in node 2 right now. At the end of the day, we'll put them in the docking mechanism accessories kit.
And while spacecraft communicator Matt Dunn talks to Chris Williams inside the International Space Station, our first view inside Dragon, a good view of NASA's Mike Fink. To his left is the Dragon commander, Zena Cardman of NASA. Another view from another camera showing Cardman in the foreground. The other crew members who are all suited up now are Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos. They are working through pre-departure preparations, running through several checklists that will culminate with the closing of the hatch that will enable us to get a more refined time frame for the actual undocking of Endeavour. Keep in mind that the undocking begins with an undocking command that first retracts the umbilical that attaches Endeavour to International Space Station power and data capability. That follows with the opening of 2 sets of hooks, 6 hooks per set.
Procedure 2.103, step 2.9. Dragon cabin configuration for departure complete.
All right, Xena, SpaceX copies. Dragon cabin configuration for departure is complete. 2.9.
One of the items the crew completed was the swapping out of a lithium hydroxide canister that will enable the scrubbing of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere within Endeavour during its free flight back to Earth and a splashdown in the wee hours on Thursday morning off the coast of California. Here in Mission Control, the reports are the crew is running just a few minutes behind schedule with their pre-departure preparations. You can see there in the on the right side of your screen, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, and in the center of your screen, NASA's Mike Fink, who is wrapping up his 4th flight into space today.
Push-to-talk destination is set to station.
We'll be standing by for the actual closing of the hatch to Dragon, and we'll mark that time for you, and we'll be able to provide a more refined time for undocking a short time from now. We will indicate, however, that we will, per our programming plan, go back on the air at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time with our undocking coverage, regardless of any adjustment to that undocking time. This is Mission Control Houston, once again
on the big loop
looking at views inside the Dragon Endeavour, which is currently mated to the space-facing port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. In the foreground is Endeavour Commander Xena Cardman. To her right, NASA's Mike Fink.
That's LIO cartridge 2. And at this time, you are go to complete the LIO configuration, IMV teardown and hatch closure per the procedure 2.103. When you're complete, you can execute instructions on hatch closed event details, and then finish chute dawning per 4.010.
Okay, copy. We will be swapping the LIO to cartridge 2. We are go for that configuration, as well as IMV teardown and hatch closure per procedure 2.103, and then we will close out 4.010, completing those actions.
And Zena Cardman acknowledging that call from the Corps. That's the acronym for the Crew Operations Resource Engineer, basically the SpaceX communicator in Hawthorne, California, with instructions on several procedures that will precede the actual closing of the hatch to Endeavour that will set the stage for our undocking sometime in the neighborhood right after 4:05 p.m. Central Time, 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time, within a 55-minute time frame after that. As the flight control team here works to recompute our exact undocking time, we would offer to you that the burn plan by SpaceX Ballistics and the flight control team in Hawthorne will be adjusted so that we wind up with the same splashdown time, give or take. In the wee hours of Thursday morning, the current splashdown time scheduled at 2:41 a.m. Central Time, 12:41 a.m. Pacific Time. Once Dragon Endeavour departs the station, there will be a series of firings of the Draco thrusters to create an opening rate between Endeavour and the International Space Station. It will move to a safe distance away from the complex for the deorbit burn that is scheduled at 1:51 a.m. Central Time, 2:51 a.m. Eastern Time Thursday morning. That will be a 13-minute, 15-second retrograde burn, basically a braking maneuver, to slow Endeavour down by about 87.5 meters per second, allowing it to begin the entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Back, we're continuing to Dragon hatch closure at 3.6 alpha.
All right, SpaceX copies. We're with you at 3.6 alpha.
We're complete. 3.6 Alpha, 3.7. We'll wait for ISS side, 3.6 Bravo. We will be ready when you are for closing the Dragon hatch.
All right, we copy that. Xena, waiting on 3.6 Bravo.
Decimal 6 Bravo is now complete. So we are closing the Dragon hatch for the detail.
SpaceX copies.
We are nearing the point of hatch closure on the Dragon Endeavour. Just a few more steps required by the crew. They're all suited up inside the vehicle, ready to begin about a 10.5-hour journey following undocking to a splashdown at 2:41 a.m. Central Time, 12:41 a.m. Pacific Time off the coast of California on Thursday morning.
Dragon hatch is